Okay. Oh, all right.
Yes, I can.
Why is my paper? Why haven't my What's your appeal process? Appeal, yeah, why would appeal that?
Hi everyone, good morning, all of you, 4 minutes to get to the good afternoon. Journals talk about several things. I think they need no introduction, they're already well known, we have introduced them to several times. When we start a research journey, it always starts with preparing a conceptualizing, submitting a paper, and sometimes we get DEX rejections. How to avoid those DEX rejections, how to handle that reviews is one of the very difficult tasks. As researchers, sometimes it's more like, a girlfriend, a paper becomes our new girlfriend and we have to manage that. Right? And sometimes we do not hear from the journal editors, right? Once the paper is rejected or maybe we get the reviews. So all the problems, there is always a solution. But to begin with a Hindi quote that I want to represent it as a lover. So करके बेचैन मुझे फिर मेरा हाल ना पूछा, करके बेचैन मुझे मेरा हाल ना पूछा, उसने नजर फेर ली, मैंने भी सवाल ना पूछा. That's what it happens with us all the time, right? So I give it the floor to Professor Varsha to moderate this wonderful session.
Thank you so much, Pat, and I will translate that for our international audience. It's like, it's a dilemma of a paper when you were submitting and you really don't know what's going on with the paper. And it's just the feeling and the anxiety that goes on that what's going on with the paper. But we will discuss the back-end story, because I think every stakeholder is important in scholarship. So first of all, thank you so much for being with us. Sorry for being a few minutes late, because I think our panelists were giving extended feedback to all the presenters, which is equally important because, when you submit the paper, you always want a feedback. So thank you so much, everyone, Neil and Emmanuel and Steve for giving the feedback. And now we start the session. So very good morning. Thank you so much for having the passion of research. I could see a lot of students, scholars, professors, researchers here. And so let me tell you that in the panel we have Professor Steve, who would be discussing about Journal of Consumer Behavior as the editor-in-chief. We have Emmanuel, is going to discuss about the Journal of Strategic Marketing as the associate editor. And we have Professor Neil Das, who would be discussing about Journal of Consumer Marketing. And we have Jyopala. Thank you so much, Jyopala, for joining us online. He's in the UK very early, but still you could make it. So thank you so much. He would be presenting about the psychology of marketing. And the whole idea is, and these are all A-level journals, the whole point of the discussion is, and it will be more like a conversation. I would start with an opening question which says that if you can tell us something about the journal which is beyond the website and which can set up the expectation of the authors to understand that how to get started, because I think as editors we always say that let's have a reverse process to understand what is expected and how do I deliver. So something beyond the website, if Steve, if you would start and explain.
Testing.
Okay, so not a lot of people know, but Jackie and I wrote a paper called How Not to Get Desk Rejected, or How to Get Rejected by the sort of consumer behaviour. And what we have in that editorial, and it's free and it's open access, is what you should not do, what you should avoid to get desk rejected. And it applies to a lot of journals. Go and read that, right? So that's really, it's not something you see on the website. Going to talks like these, Meet the Editors, is also important. Not just sending them emails. I mean, some editors are different. That won't, because we get a lot of emails, that's the only reason, right? And if we answered every email that we had about submissions to our paper, we wouldn't get much done. So read the editorial we've got, which I think is called How to Get Rejected by our journal. And really what that's saying is what to avoid. Okay, so it's things like copy editing. So, you know, your journal has got to look, your paper's got to look clean, making sure that it's, you know, that it fits the journal. So we have people who send in structured abstracts because they've gone to an Emerald journal, and this really annoys me because they haven't taken the time to format the paper correctly to the journal. So these are sort of basics that you have to do, and there are other things like measuring, introducing contributions, citing papers from the journal. That's not to increase the impact factor of the journal, but you're showing how your paper is relevant to our audience. So if I was to send a paper to Neil's journal, I would make sure, say on AI and marketing, that I would have an introduction, some of the papers that Neil's journal had published. When we don't see that, we know that the people are not writing for that audience. Okay, they're not really framing where they sit in the academic debate. So that's something else that's really important.
I guess the editor said nearly everything. But what I also want to add is to really understand the scope of the journal. So coming from strategic marketing, yes, I think this is not just any other marketing. This is not sustainable marketing. So this is not even consumer marketing. Yes, so I think it's about understanding the scope and also the anticipated readers. Like, yes, who am I trying to communicate? Who am I trying to engage with in this conversation? And by the virtue of knowing what's conversation about, then you know if your study actually fits there. So I think it's about recognizing the context and the audience of the journal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I completely concur with my esteemed colleagues over here that everything that they said is extremely valid. Copy editing, the context, both of these things are extremely important. The other thing that I want to let you know is this, and I'm only talking about JCM. JCM, our submissions are about 700 plus in a year, so 750. We are expecting about 800 submissions next year. I'm teaching 2 classes. My co-editor, my friend Mujde in Suffolk University, she teaches 2 classes. On the regular day, we receive about 6 submissions via email, or we get notifications. And, you know, not every email that I receive, I'm thinking, oh wow, yeah, another submission. So, when we're looking at submissions, we kind of, you know, do it whenever, you know, after the classes or maybe before the classes if we have time. So one of the things that I think both my esteemed colleagues have mentioned over here is, you know, make sure that you know what the journal is. Okay, although it's written on the website that this is what we want, I have received personally a supply chain paper, and I know nothing about supply chain. I don't want to find out. Okay, I'm sure it's fantastic, but I'm not going to waste my time looking at papers that really don't have anything to do. Okay, and the other thing is, even if the content is there, if I see that you have not put in the effort in terms of submission, like grammar is bad, English is poor, and again, I cannot reiterate what more what Steve said over here. Copy editing is so important. Even if we think that we know language, English, and English is not our first language over here for primarily a lot of us, not for me, copy editing is very important. Okay, even if you think that you know, you don't, we don't, I don't. Okay, so those things are very important. When I'm looking at a paper, sometimes it's just a bias that I'm looking for a reason to reject. And that's not right, I agree. But, I borrow a phrase that you used, it's not fair, I know, but, the world is not a fair place. So, there are two gatekeepers in JCM. I do not know how JCB works or strategic marketing works. So we are the initial gatekeepers, the two editors, and Mujde, my co-editor, she receives half, I receive half of the submissions. And then, of course, I'm not an expertise on different areas, but once I see the paper, then I send it to an AE who is an expert. And the AE also has a chance of just rejecting the paper if he or she thinks that this does not make the cut. So.
Thank you, Neil. Giovanna?
Well, first of all, many thanks for attending these, and Varsha could actually answer many to these questions as she's serving as an excellent associate editor for psychology and marketing, so it's really a team effort. And actually manuscripts in psychology and marketing are assigned once they pass the initial screening to associate editors. So associate editors are in charge of making very important desk reject decisions. But what I can tell you is that also the topic, what we deal about, should be relevant, important, something that is interesting. Because imagine if an associate editor or the editor-in-chief see that that topic is always that same topic over and over without any addition. Even if this is not written in the aims and scope, or it's not gonna survive probably the desk rejection rate, because is another manuscript that doesn't add anything. So right now, for instance, even if we are in 2025, believe it or not, we're still receiving COVID manuscript that in the introduction are saying COVID is a disease that spread in March 2020, blah, 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 blah. I understand that maybe some manuscripts have been rejected elsewhere, they are floating around, and some people, of course, want to publish them, but you have to reposition them, so that's very, very important. So, timely and relevant issues affecting the spectrum of consumers in the case of psychology and marketing, because psychology and marketing is a consumer psychology journal, and reading well the aims and scope, because, for instance, we do not accept manuscript measuring intentions with a single study, and it's clearly written in the aims and scope, and every day I receive at least 3 manuscripts with a single study measuring intention. So, if people don't read the aims and scope, there is the temptation, given that we receive 7 manuscripts per day, okay, why should we spend 1 or 2 hours reading your full manuscript? We just see from the absent introduction that you haven't done your, let's say, your full diligence. The due diligence would be reading what the journal is about, and so on. And this is important. Sometimes, I would rather prefer when in the cover letter, sometimes I receive a cover letter when author says, we are pleased to submit our work to the Journal of Marketing, it's really a pleasure, and of course they are submitted to Psychology and Marketing because maybe their work has been rejected in Journal of Marketing. Actually, it's, of course, if they could submit to Journal of Marketing, Psychology and Marketing is a very well-rated journal. But of course, Journal of Marketing is the premier journal, and it makes sense that authors submit there. But if you're sloppy at several times in the submission process, also with the formatting, I don't care about the formatting, meaning if it's not the formatting of psychology and marketing, you can fix it later, okay? So I don't care about tick boxes or formatting. But if it's so unclear, meaning some it's written in Arial, some text is written in Times New Roman, some part of the text is double space. So if there is sloppiness, it's a sign that probably there might be issue also with the data, there might be issue with the theoretical development. So make sure that the manuscript is well written, consistent, and dealing with a relevant topic.
Thank you, Jayapala. I think this was very important. Thank you for your insights. We all totally agree with you. And I think the larger point, and we work closely with all the journals. So the whole point is, and I would like to highlight as well, which all the editors I think has agreed that, first of all, what is the idea that you're submitting and where you're submitting? I think Parth initiated that discussion. It's kind of a congruence that has to be matched. And it's not about the rejection of the manuscript that we've been telling for the last 3 days. It's not about the idea rejection. It is just that it doesn't match with what has been expected by the journal. And that is where I started with the expectations of the journal. Because you should know what is expected and what you're delivering. If there is an incongruency between the two, that means there is a reject. So I think that is something which everybody has to keep in mind. And I think everybody gave the example, Neil, Steve, Emmanuel, as well as Jayapala explained it in detail, that how it happens. And I think cover letter is equally important. Nobody gives any attention to the cover letter. I would also highlight and build on what Jayapala has mentioned, that it's a conversation that the author has with the editor. It's like dialogue. If you presented at AMA and if you got a best paper award, you can put it in the letter. It's okay. And then you can actually build on it. It's a dialogue that you're having with the editor. So it's very crucial. And then of course, we all know that if it is rejected from somewhere, at least put in some time to rectify those journal names and the formatting, as Steve has mentioned, before you submit, because that so shows that you're not interested in your own stuff, honestly speaking. If you're not interested in your own paper, obviously editors get more than 1,000 papers or 2,000 papers sometimes a year. It's impossible to get into your pieces, no matter how good it is. So please be careful before you make the submission. So that was one. And then now we go to the second part of the discussion. And I think, Neil, you focused on the rigor starting from conceptualization, and it was really well explained, and I'm sure there were a lot of good insights and there were a lot of learnings from your session. And to build more on that, when we talk about rigor and relevance in research, which is very important, but specifically that rigor and relevance in terms of methodological and conceptualization part, if you can highlight a little more from JCM perspective that you're looking for, I think that would help the authors and scholars.
Okay. I'm not going to repeat the information that I presented day before yesterday, but I would mention one thing, and I'm really interested to know what colleagues think, what you all think. Replication research, that is not rigorous. Seeing something in the context of an Indian city is not rigorous. We receive a lot of articles where, quote unquote, they think, the authors think it's rigorous because they're looking at, and I'm just speaking a theory over here, theory in action or regret theory, what have you, in my state, West Bengal. That is, unless there's a reason as to why. Remember I said that there are gaps in theory, but just because there's a gap, that does not necessarily mean that you have to study the gap. You have to show why that gap is important. So replication research, in my mind, is not rigorous. So let me put it this way. unless there's a reason as to why you think it should be. I mean, compare, contrast, and show us why. I mean, just simply doing a study like that, that does not make sense. The other thing is, okay, you are being rigorous, theoretically speaking, let's say, SOR theory.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Not really a theory.
Yeah, and it's a simple thing. I mean, you can understand, and that's not a theory per se. I mean, you cannot use that as a theoretical foundation to build a model on. I mean, you're looking at consumer behavior, consumption. That is so complicated. How can a simple theory like that predict, okay, whatever it is that you're saying? And that also tells me, the associate editor, if it goes to the associate editor, and even if it goes to the reviewers, it also tells all of these people in the chain that, you're not keeping up with the theories that are being taught, or at least that are being discussed in consumer behavior. Okay, I mean, that has not been used for quite a while. So, I mean, in terms of rigor, like I said, it starts with, your research question, it flows to the conceptualization, give definitions, be very clear of what you're doing, okay? And also try and avoid a lot of short forms, like, sometimes I get confused, like, what is this STOM or whatever? I'm just making these things up, and I have to go back and look what it means, okay? So try not to use a lot of short forms, because that really confuses people, if it's not a, readily used one. And the last thing is, when you're looking at methods, okay, of course, explain everything, but the discussion should not be confused with the methods, or the results, I should say, not the methods, the results. When you're discussing in simple English, please tell me, okay, what is it that you found? Okay? Do not say ANOVA this, ANOVA that, or whatever it is that you're using, because that has been already in the results section. Okay? And finally, in the limitations, make sure that you are providing valid limitations and not just, saying, oh, we use a student sample and that does not blah, 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 generalize. We all know that. Okay, so give us some valid limitations so that you're adding something to the literature where people can take a look at your paper and say, well, this is a valid limitation, maybe you can address that. So that is how the research wheel keeps on moving. I'll stop now.
Before you finish up.
Thank you, Neil. I think the major point I would just build on what Neil was talking about. Don't do contextual studies. It has to be adding some new knowledge to the literature. And when I'm saying this, it also means that what is the point of literature that you are contributing? You should be clear about yourself. We all do interconnected, interdisciplinary work, we all understand that. But what is the core positioning of your work? Please be clear about that. I think most of the manuscripts that we get, authors themselves are confused, what are they doing, and it's not a magazine article where anybody is interested in a specific country or a geographical region that Neil has highlighted. So these are all red flags, and you can do your own checks and balances, and I'm sure after this session you will be pretty much clear. I would suggest go back, reflect on your own papers, and then try to eliminate all these areas. So thank you, Neil, for discussing the rigor. I'll go to Steve then, and I know you have more to build on the discussion, so we would like your...
Regarding rigor?
Yeah.
So I think Neil was talking about rigor in terms of the research question. And it's the so what question. Why is this important? And sometimes people get so caught up in the technicalities or the theoretical labyrinth they're in, they forget why it's important. Why is it important to the field? Why is it important to practice? And that's what our journal's about. So less so in other journals. So yeah, that's important. Context, we call it context specific in that you've just shown what brand loyalty or customer satisfaction is in Mumbai. Unless there is something unusual about a Western theory that doesn't hold there, it's not a paper that you should send. So you've got to be realistic about the contribution your paper makes. A lot of people will send out papers in the hope that John Paulo will be really, and he's a really nice guy. But John Paulo's got a journal reputation to uphold, right? And if the paper doesn't make the contribution that John Paulo is looking for, he will just reject the paper. Now, does that mean your paper's no good? No, it just means it hasn't hit the level of contribution that or the type of contribution. So the so what, making your contribution early in the paper. Getting back to rigour, one of the things we're finding, which is quite, in my view, distressing, people aren't describing where they get their data from or their measurements very well. They jump straight into the analysis, and it's only a few lines, right? We got some data from Amazon Turk, or we got some data from Credo. Okay, now I know where you got your data from. You should be able to replicate the article, right? Replication, or that somebody can find what you did, is really important, right? So don't do that. Make sure you have enough information about the method that you did, right? What else in rigour? Oh, the other thing is, you don't have to have mediation and moderation and everything. So it's become a bit of a fashion. Everything's mediated, everything's moderated. What is the theoretical basis for that? Right? So I've reviewed papers where people said, oh, and then we did mediation, we did moderation. Why? Because you found some software that was interesting? Why wasn't it in your theory? Now, these are important boundary conditions, particularly in the consumer psychology area, of why you might do them, okay? But you don't get carried away with a statistical approach or a, neuro learning or something like that, without explaining the so what and the theoretical contribution you're making. It's just so important. If you're not making a novel theoretical contribution or something that is unexpected, then in many journals are going to reject you, even though structurally your paper could be very good. Okay? Who's next?
So, Giovanna?
Yeah, so, well, most of the points have been covered, so I will be brief on this one. I want to add a point on the geographical region. So we were saying before that, manuscript dealing with a specific geographical region might have an impact that is too limited for a general journal, like the journals that we are representing. Let me frame this a little bit more. Now, if the empirical context in one geographical area, that's fine, because in the end, we all come from specific regions and we can all collect data from our own area, fair enough. But you should frame the problem, the question, as a general question. Yeah. So this should be a question that affects the vast majority of the population, and of course you can investigate the question with Indian customers, with UK customers, with French customers, with the customers of your area. But you should frame the whole manuscript dealing with an issue and not with a specific location. Yeah. The only exception is for qualitative research, investigating a very specific phenomenon and exploring, maybe with an ethnographic study or an ethnographic study, a specific area, that would be an exception. But in general, that's why we want a generalizable thing, which doesn't mean that all your data should include all possible customers. That's almost impossible to reach, but the question, the research question, should be generalizable. And that's exactly why we also like multi-method studies, because they can offer robustness and triangulation, and sometimes mixed method one. With multi-method, I refer studies maybe two quantitative one or two qualitative one. With mixed method, of course, one and one. And of course, the answer which one is best, it depends on the research question. The research question that you are analyzing, for example, you might need an exploratory phase first, and then an explanatory thing, so you will have qualitative and then quantitative, or you might have a quantitative study first, and then you want to analyze at fine-grained level what is happening with a qualitative study, or you simply don't need qualitative studies, and you just have maybe a couple of experiments or some secondary data, structured data, and one more tight study, and so on and so forth.
Thank you so much, Ivana. I think you made a very significant point by illustrating that what is the business problem that you're solving, and it goes back to the inauguration talk that I illustrated, where we were talking about B2C, which is what is the burning issue that it's addressing. That burning issue could be related to society, related to industry, related to academia, and then what are the contributions that you're making. So the larger level framing, so I think that is something which is very important for our audience. Now I'll go to Emmanuel, and if he could explain how Journal of Strategic Marketing framed the rigor at all the levels.
Okay, thank you. Just to build up on what the previous speakers has been saying, I think this is not to underestimate the fact that good research can come out from other parts of the world. And this is all about this decolonizing our information to make sure that, yes, it's not only in America or in UK that you can get the best study. I think going on with what Japan has said is about how you bring out this research from, let's say, India, so that somebody in Kenya, at least, can read it and understand it and actually find a way to, therefore, make it useful in their own context. So this is not to say that you need to be there to do, but at least here is all about how you present it, making sure that somebody within, outside your comfort, or somebody who doesn't even know the basic can still read it and understand it. The other thing to also mention is about replication, which maybe from your side, and this is, it's also about making sure that your data, your protocols are readily available. So when you say replication, I was like, okay, replication, but also thinking about replication in terms of, can somebody take this study in 5 years' time and be able to follow the same process?
That's right.
So making sure that, yes, you are, and that goes back to the idea of making sure things are well laid out. You've explained it so that few years' time, that can even add more credibility to you, say, they did it 5 years ago, it was right, so we've done it again and it's right. And the third point I also want to share is to provide some justifications for the decisions you are making. So if you are saying, oh, I'm stopping these at 5, let's say, looking at, I want to look at how many people are buying things online, and I'm stopping at how 5 people buy things every month. Why 5? Why not 7? Why not 2? So if you are saying, okay, I'm doing this survey and I've only tried to interview, to survey 18 to 35. Why that? Because that opens that question, like, should I wait for the peer reviewers to help us get this answer? Or should we just, so if those things are not there, it sort of gives that hesitance, like, if this information is missing, who knows what else is missing down the line? So by doing that, you save yourself it's easier for the editor to make that decision, say, yes, I'm seeing this, this is there, this is there, this is there. So by every juncture, you're able to justify your decision, and that can make the decision process faster.
Thank you, Emmanuel, for illustrating the importance of context, because I agree with you. Some of the phenomena and concepts emerge from specific context. So it's all about adding new knowledge, and I would like to mention that even from India, we have developed so many new constructs and phenomena. For instance, I'll give you an example, collective nostalgia. That we did multiple scale development studies emerged from this country. So nothing is wrong in it, which I think Emmanuel made an excellent point. But how do you frame it and lay down as a contribution? I think that is important. And how you provide justification. It's okay, I'm sure Professor Belk also mentioned about the sampling and numbers. It's not about numbers, but how it substantiates the argument with which you started the research. So I think that's equally important. Now, moving on from there, this is my second last question, which is, given that we are all young scholars and researchers here, they would be very eager to know that what is burning issues, what are the areas where they should really work upon in the next 2 to 3 years, which I'm assuming is a normal time span to do a manuscript to the rigor of the journals that we're talking about. So I think I'll start with Giopala, and if you can illustrate and explain that as an editor of psychology and marketing, where you would like to see the new knowledge coming from, in which areas, so that people can plan their studies and papers and help the journals as well through their contributions.
Okay, so let me give you a clear example and then we can build a little bit more on it. Of course, one recent trend is the one of technology. We cannot forgot this in terms of generative AI, what is happening with technology and so on. And given that psychology and marketing is a consumer psychology journal, one important question is how technology can help or harm consumer well-being. Is technology, and which technology is making our life better, more productive, improving our life, improving the marketing decisions, and which technologies now can increase our vulnerability, can decrease our attention span, can affect our ability to think. So it's very important to understand what are the advantages and the limits of technology. I'm sure that you all sometimes spend time on the phone at night and then you struggle to get a good sleep because you just maybe waste your time on the phone. It happens also to me. But on the contrary, on many other things, technology is very efficient. For instance, I would have loved to be there with you, but I have quite a lot of activities stretched here. I couldn't be here physically, and thanks to technology, I'm there. I just typed Vasha that probably my face is too big there. I'm too ugly to have a so huge face on the screen. But yes, technology can bring advantages. So my encouragement, especially for young scholars, is try to identify a field you are very passionate about and it's a relevant sub area, and build a name for that area. Because if you are an experienced scholar, then you can work on several topics, you support other scholars, and it's easier, you might become an expert in a methodology and so on and so forth. But when you are young, you want to be recognized for something. So my suggestion is try to put your eggs on maximum 2 topics and work and develop your knowledge such that you really go at the frontier of that topic, which is hard because if you are an early career researcher, you will be the first author, you will have to drag the knowledge, to know the literature, invest quite a lot of hours in being at the frontier of the literature. So opening too many projects might sound fascinating and say, okay, let me join another project, but in the end it's painful. So become an expert on something that is timely and specific, develop your knowledge such that when there are people that want to work on the aspect of consumer well-being and generative AI, they might say, okay, there is Nadir, there is Karim and so on that are doing work on that specific area, and I will invite him or her doing the work on that specific area. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you so much, Giovanna. This was very helpful. Steve?
Okay, so I agree a bit with what John Parler has said. So the first thing, rather than thinking about what the journal wants, think about, are you solving a problem that is of interest to a number of people in a number of stakeholders in different groups. So one researcher gets a feed from, I think it was New York Times, over important business issues. And so from that, so you're coming from the context through to here. I agree with what John Parlo said. There's almost a utopian view of AI at the moment. AI is marvellous, AI this, AI is terrific, AI. Very few papers are really saying, okay, well, how is AI not helping? So that would be something I would be interested in, right? So it's also an unexplored phenomenon. So not just AI, but what is it in AI? But also you've got to have the theory. So remember I showed you the context, the method and the theory, and your contribution is made up of those three things. So it's not just enough to say I'm looking at the metaverse. What is the theory behind how I engage in the metaverse? And it could be new theory from outside the discipline, right? So it's coming up with a novel way of understanding a new phenomenon, I would say in a nutshell. That's useful here. Not trying to do the same old thing that other people have done. This is the problem when you have things like COVID or AI. In many instances, there are trends and there are, the point of saturation is reached where, you know what, I don't want to read another study on consumer satisfaction with online purchasing, right? It could be really good work, but it's just been done so many times. So what is your unique contribution, your positioning paper? But before you do that, think about the so what. If you're sitting around a dinner table and somebody says, well, you're doing work in this, and they say, well, so what? If you can't convince somebody around the dinner table, why are you doing research on it? Well, the journals are probably not going to accept your research, particularly the higher level journals, all the way up to the Journal of Marketing. Okay, so the other thing is to keep in mind that you're writing for the audience. So I would write a completely different paper to John Parlow or to Neil, just in the same area of consumer psychology, right? Because these journals have different, so it might be an important phenomena that I'm looking at, but it would be framed differently for those journals, okay? So the paper I had up in recently in Journal of Marketing, that was about something very specific in Australia, but I had to make it generalisable and I had to come up with a novel theoretical explanation. If I just talked about what was happening in Australia with Indigenous people, probably wouldn't have got published. So I was aware that I needed to write for that audience, okay? And so the other key is to download papers from that journal to see what's being published. I use what's called a Goldilocks test. If I find that there has been on co-creation in John Parlow's area, so I'm using you a lot, 500 papers on co-creation. Maybe I shouldn't send that paper to that journal because I've done 500 papers on it. Okay? If I put a topic in and there have been no papers related to the keywords, well then I've got to now convince the editor, since we're covering the letter is important, about the paper. What I'm looking for in the Goldilocks one has just been a few papers, so it's an emerging issue in that journal. Alright, so you start with the bigger issue you're trying to say, then you're looking for whether it's an emerging issue. If it's been done a lot, then I would suggest don't send it there. And you say, oh yes, but my paper's a lot better. Okay, but it's a really hard sell, right? Okay, so hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Steve, and that goes back, and it's making me nostalgic because I think 12 years ago when I met late Professor Don Schultz, that was his first learning to me as his mentee, that never ever work in a cluttered area. Never. You can't make the positioning. Always identify decluttered area, and if there is no area, just make that area for yourself. So thank you for sharing that insight. I'll go to Emmanuel now and listen
Thank you.
his insight.
I would just want to share two areas. Number one, you want to be mindful of the geopolitical issues going around the world. From a strategic marketing point of view, you still have brands in Russia, You still have brands in Listra, you have brands in Seed. So looking at what is going on there, could there be something, could we tell a story from that part of the world, from that geopolitical issues? Yes, I think that's an area to consider. And also emerging markets. Yes, there are things happening in that part of the world. And you see journals now trying to really expand and try to get some information from inside from those parts of the world. So there is a market for it. But it's not left for you to see how can you package your paper to make sure now when we bring it out, people are more interested in it. So the geopolitical issues and also emerging markets. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really don't have a lot to add. I mean, everything has been said over here. But the only thing that I would say, which is a little bit different but along the same lines, is JCM, we are not looking for a particular topic that we want to or we do not want to. I think we have already talked about a lot. But one thing I would mention is you give us a reason as to why we should publish. Have a strong abstract. Okay, like Steve and you have mentioned, and Gianpaolo too, the contribution, that is important, make it very evident. And JCM, the way we are working, you as an AE, you know that, and we'll make it salient, that we are a nurturing journal. So we are not JCR, we are not JCP, we know exactly what our position is, or at least, we have an idea of what our position is. And we want that. So we want authors to send us their best work, and we will try and nurture them, okay, and make sure that you get a chance to, get R&R and then take it to the next level in the submission process.
Thank you, Neil. I think you made an excellent point as an editor, and I think the other editors would also agree. We are not there to reject the manuscript, right? We always nurture the author's work if they clear, as Gianpaolo mentioned, the first cutoff. So it's not about only rejections. I think everywhere it's always been tutored that editors always reject. Yes, we do, but then we also nurture the work, and it's always, and you all would agree, when it goes through R3 and R4 and it gets an accept, we also feel happy. Because it's not only the author's journey, it's the editor's journey as well. Reviewers' journeys as well. Though we don't know the anonymous reviewers, but they are all part of that knowledge development process. Because believe me, as Neil mentioned earlier, that it's all the work of the editors and teaching services and everything that we are doing in our own spaces and nurturing people towards scholarship. And we are all in academia to see that blissful movement, not only through our work, but also while nurturing people's work if they substantiate that cutoff which we were discussing. So I think that's very important. Now coming to the last point, so that we have some questions from the audience as well. And this will be a little quick, but as we all know that we all have to publish, and there's a lot of pressure all over the world to publish and do a lot of good work. But I also want to reiterate as editors your views, how reviewing of the papers is equally important in terms of getting published in your journals. How does that help? Because it's equally important. And we will end with this note and then we'll open it up for the audience. But I think I'll start with Steve, that how this is so important while people are aiming for publication.
So reviewing is a very important part of your profession. I assume most people here want to be in the academic profession. And it's a way of you understanding how a journal works from the inside out. I think if you want to submit to a journal, you should review for the journal. I think that's a really important issue. You learn also about what a good paper looks like and what a bad paper looks like. Reviewing kind of makes you feel better about your own work because you get to see a lot of bad papers. So, and you also pick up on different ideas. You stay up to date in the field. Sadly, because of the pressures a lot of academics are facing, we're probably not seeing as much active reviewing as we would like. In our journal, we go a fair way in trying to encourage ad hoc editorial review membership up to associate editor membership as well. So we go through a developmental process. But you know, reviewing for journals, if you want to be a better scholar, that is something you should have on your list. You don't have to review everything. If it's something you don't know about or it's not in your area of expertise, please tell us quickly you can't review it. Okay? The worst thing is when people say that they can review something and they don't, because then we've got to find somebody. If you're going to review, you've got to stay in the whole cycle. We've now had people who drop out with revision 2 or revision 3. That's very difficult because then they've got to find another reviewer, or I've got less reviewers. Somebody comes in halfway, they don't know what's going on or what's been done before. So please, if you've got to commit to the process, is what I'm saying there as well. But no, reviewing is absolutely an important part of you being an academic.
Thank you, Steve. I think this is equally important, and now I think you got the answers as authors why the decisions get delayed. Because that's what Steve mentioned. Even at R3, R4, we get rejects from the reviewer, and then it's very difficult for another person to start from scratch because the orientation keeps changing.
Yeah.
So that's very important. I'll go to Chirpala and know his views about publishing and reviewing.
Well, I would say things you learn as a reviewer. One of the things you learn is the importance of well-illustrated tables and figures. So as a reviewer, you like to see nice tables and figures clarifying the knowledge, and so as an author, the importance of tables and figures cannot be understated, and they should be embedded directly in the text. As a reviewer, you realize how acronyms are annoying. Sometimes, you know, many acronyms in the text, it becomes almost unreadable. And so you want to avoid, when possible, acronyms. You want to avoid the vague sentences. When, as a reviewer, you read in the abstract, implications are provided. As a reviewer, you say, oh, geez, all manuscripts provide implications. So be precise, at least on one fundamental contribution to knowledge as early as in the abstract. So why should a reviewer spend time reading the manuscript? Should be very clear from the abstract introduction. The old editor of Journal of Business Research, Naveen Dotto, was saying, don't write the paper as a mystery novel. Yeah. Do say what is your contribution already in the abstract and introduction. And one other thing that I feel you feel as a reviewer and will help you to become a better author is, would you confidently present the paper with important marketing stakeholders and colleagues from other departments? That's a strong paper, a paper you are not ashamed of presenting with somebody. And when you read a nice new idea, you would be happy to say, oh, you know, I revised the paper on this and it's interesting because it deals with this and that. So for this, you need to have a compelling storyline which goes beyond the grammar or the English language, but it's really making a clear, compelling storyline. And as I was saying, much better to have at least one fundamental contribution to knowledge instead of a laundry list of weaker contributions that are just incremental.
Thank you, Chirpala. I think you made an excellent point to say that it's not enough. I mean, people think if you're verbose, it's good communication. Unfortunately, it's not. You have to be a great storyteller in order to address the problem. I totally agree with that. And with stronger arguments that you're making. Neil, would you like to share your views?
Shortest answer, ditto. I mean, really, there's nothing to add because everything has been said. But yes, I think there's no one journal over here that wouldn't say that we need or we do not need good reviewers.
Yeah.
We all need good reviewers, but we need committed reviewers. And then, once you do a couple, at least 5 or 6 reviews, then you can send an application to, would you be considered for being an ERB member? I mean, that's how it works. And remember, a couple of days, day before yesterday, there was a session on, balancing teaching, research, and service. Well, as a first-year, fresh assistant professor, that should be your service. I mean, you should be giving something back to the profession that is giving you, or that will give you so much. So yes, we need good reviewers. And that will help you also understand how, to get to win that particular journal.
Thank you, Neil. I think this is a very important point for all of us, how you're giving back to the discipline. And this is the best way how you can contribute to the discipline as well. Yeah, Emmanuel?
I wanted to say Dito as well. Yes. But just to reiterate that it's a service. And yes, I wrote a viewpoint on peer review. Yes, and I was trying to argue that it should be 2 reviews for every 1 paper you submit to a journal. Yes, I think, again, it's a service. Nobody's getting paid for this peer review, and you just want to make sure you contribute your part. But on that side, I think you want to be very strategic. If you know this is a journal you want to publish in, invest time in it and review. So sometimes you might get an invite from Journal of Engineering, Marketing, Social Economics. I would say don't, you know what I mean. Try and conserve your energy, because it takes time. Try and conserve your energy for journals that you also want to publish in. Yeah. So I think that gives you an edge. Yes, I think they've said everything possible.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Make one quick point. Just so you know, I know JCR, a couple of years back, they used to have a session, they don't publicize that, but they used to have a session for how to review. And again, they don't publicize that, but you can write to the editor and of course show him or her valid reason as to why you should be considered. With JM new team coming in and JAM's also new team coming in, you might want to write to the editor and ask them that would they consider. And these journals, they do workshops and they're pretty intensive, but again, they're not publicized that much.
Yeah, thank you, Neil, for bringing up the workshops. I think at JCB also Steve and Jackie does a lot of workshops on programming. And this is equally important, as you all agree. But the whole point is, when you review, then I think Neil and Emmanuel mentioned that what is the benefit out of it. So one is, of course, you understand the back-end process of the evaluation and you can position your manuscript. But also people get recognition as Best Reviewer Awards, and they are being also uplifted to ARB and then the editorial part as well, if you do well. But it's a lot of work. Honestly speaking, it's like, imagine the amount of manuscripts the editors are getting across the board every day, 7, 8, 9. Just imagine after all that we have been discussing. So, it's like, if you help the discipline is ready to help you. It's like that. So you have to invest time on your work, you have to invest the time on journals, and if you want your papers to get reviewed on time, I think it's equally important. At Academy of Marketing Science and AMA, I think we had a lot of discussion with JM, JMR, and also with JBR, that at least 4 to 6 papers, if you review for a journal that you're targeting, you get a fair enough idea to position your work. So because this is equally important. Steve, you wanted to say?
Oh yeah, so very much so. I think also your name is, so we do see the names, the editor sees the names with it. And if it's somebody who's reviewed for us, and it's sort of, we're not sure, it's borderline, I'm more likely to push it through. And it's human nature, right? So you're getting known to the journal. I'll give you a very quick story. I've always wanted to publish something in the Journal of Academic Marketing Science. I don't know why, I just thought it would be neat. And so I had been reviewing for a number of years. I've reviewed 21 papers. So I was at a conference where Charles was talking. And he said, any questions? So I said, well, I've done 21 papers for you. How do I get on the editorial review board? He said, write me an email and I'll put you on there. So what that shows you is I've taken a long-term view of trying to get onto that journal, okay? And did I expect after the 5th, 10th, 11th review that my paper would get accepted? No. But I'm learning how the journal works. And I read the other reviews, because often at the end of the review cycle, you get all the other reviews back. And you go, oh gee, I didn't think about that paper. Ooh, yeah, that's right. So you are learning more when you're a reviewer. It's actually really important.
Thank you, Steve, for reiterating the diligent work that we all have to go through as authors, editors, in order to, develop the discipline. Now, I think we have very less time, but if there are 1 or 2 questions, yeah.
I can just speak loudly. Yeah. So I understand that with the advent of new technologies and AI, our methodologies have been evolving and changing.
Oh, yeah.
So if a paper puts in a methodology which by, let's say, ethnography, it's always been there, but how is ethnography done now with more technology and AI coming in? If a paper is written with that new technology, new methodology, with the evolved new methodology, with technology in mind, how are your different journals thinking of accepting those kind of manuscripts? So I know psychology and marketing is very conceptual, for example, right? More theoretical and conceptual. How would you welcome such a manuscript? JCB, JCM, I'm very curious to know.
John Tyler, do you want to go first? You are mentioned.
Well, she's directly targeting you first, saying that psychomarketing, of course, she's right, psychomarketing cares about the theoretical underpinning quite a lot. So, of course, the technological aspect is relevant, but it should be backed up with theory and so on and so forth. So I will leave it to you first.
I think it's a really interesting idea, but I would like to see, and I'm not an expert in this area, right? I'd like to see how it changes the research process. Are you getting some additional insights that weren't there before? And what's the theory behind it that it can explain that? So advancing a new method, unless it's a dynamic, a paradigm shifting, which it could be, right? Won't necessarily get your paper up. Now, it might in some journals. Maybe there's a journal out there called Ethnographic Methodology. I don't know. Let's say there is. Well, that kind of journal is more interested than, say, these journals here. So remember, I'm the Journal of Consumer Behaviour. I want to see what the consumer behaviour is rather than what this new method does. So we do get papers like, this is a new method of administering surveys or delivering. And I'm like, okay, that's how's it relevant? Well, whenever you collect information about consumers, you use surveys. It's not really relevant, right? So again, think of the audience that you're writing for when you do this work. Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah. Try that.
Thank you so much. I want to take a minute to really thank all of you for all the knowledge you've shared and the wisdom you've shared over the last 3 days. It's a lot of your precious time to, to help everyone. I want to particularly say that I loved the fact that you think of your journal as a nurturing journal. I mean, it's just wonderful to hear that. Thanks, Steve, for the fact I was waiting for something that Steve said today over the last 3 days, which is take a critical look at technology. We think of technology as progressive all the time, but there's a lot that's not progressive about it. And so it's wonderful to hear that a journal would be willing to consider, an article or that deals with an issue like that. So thank you, Steve, for that. And Varsha, you talked about the collective nostalgia theory that you came up with. I'm not familiar with it, but I cannot emphasize how important that was, because for me it's always like, so how about coming up with theories that are relevant culturally to the rest of the world? And I say this, and I'm going to ask a question, which I ask very sincerely, and I would like to ask that question to Neil and to Emmanuel. Given, I'm assuming that you have multicultural upbringing and then, you know, in a different country. One of the issues I face as a faculty member who is similar in some respects to your experience is this insistence by my American colleagues that my students who are working in Pakistan or Sri Lanka or in an African country cite American authors. Now, American scholarship most of the time is based on America forms 5% of the population of the world. How do we think that theory is universal? It blows my mind. Why is American theory universal when it applies to 5% of the world's population? And so I'm asking this with a great deal of sincerity and wanting to know about, I'm not saying your journals do that, so please don't get me wrong. But I want you to kind of tell me what you experience, or to tell all of us what your experience is in this area. I know we need to develop indigenous theories, but how do you treat, journals that may not always cite everything? Because we might be looking at phenomena that are new. I mean, Pakistan is a very different culture from American culture, and we were dealing with women's issues, and I think, to me, this is hegemony. This is theory hegemony. And I would really sincerely like to know what you think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think
Yes. Thank you so much for raising that question, and I think it's very important. I don't want to take it personal, but I feel that. I'm originally from Nigeria and then moved to UK, so I can understand that struggle. But I see it as a call for action for academic researchers, perhaps like myself, who have developed the skills and at least some kind of experience to publish something that could be relevant perhaps beyond just Nigeria. So I describe myself as a diaspora theoretical contributor. So though I'm not in Nigeria, but I still do research about Nigeria, and I try to publish it in more of a global journal. So I think it's about taking responsibility in your own little space, in your own little university, in your own little corner, that yes, this little light of mine, in wherever I am, I'm going to make sure the world is going to see it. So even though they are not seeing it in year one, perhaps in year 5 years later, somebody else in Nigeria, in America, is doing a research like, yes, oh, Emmanuel did it 5 years ago. So I think it's about taking that responsibility to change the narrative, saying at least something good can come out from this part of the world. And that was what I was trying to say, that yes, though you might think there are a lot of things from emerging market that the world needs to hear. 5% from America compared to, at least, we saw a stat, 500 million using WhatsApp. That is more than the whole population of US, or even times of Australia. So that's why I want to recognize that we've got a lot of stories to tell, but it's about attending sessions like this, about having this conversation to see, okay, how can I polish my gold so that when I bring it out for the world, they're going to appreciate it.
Thank you, Emmanuel. I think Giovanna, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think the point raised was very, very important. And in reality, also in the empirical data, not only in the theory, when the data coming from the US and the paper is framed as a US paper, nobody is saying, but this is an issue that affects only the United States. So there is a US-centric view in academia, and it's the way it is, probably because the editors and most of the editorial board, the associate editors are based in the US. So even if there is geographical diversity, they come from Europe, India, and so on and so forth. But in reality, most of them are based in the United States, so there is certainly a bias in that domain. my encouragement would be to try to come up also with new theories and new methods. Of course, it's risky. I would not do that as an early career researcher because coming up with a new theory would be risky, it might be rejected, you might be criticized. But if you are mature enough, and maybe you are not from the US, you might come up with theories for vulnerable communities, for under-investigated areas and so on, and those theories can become important. But I completely agree that that's an important issue, not only theoretically, where of course it is, because we raised this point about the American theories that they become relevant, but also empirically.
Thank you, Jubal. I think you both raised all the important issues that we have been discussing. So, with a positive note, I think Steve. Oh, sorry.
What can I add? You have a perfectly valid point, and whatever was mentioned, it is absolutely correct. But I would be aghast if an editor says that this theory is coming from a developing country and hence it's not valid or not reliable. That is not a researcher in my mind. But one of the things that I would want to mention is, and Varsha, you would have probably also seen this. One of the things that you should know is not only theory but also a methodology in terms of collecting data. I think someone had mentioned about this. There are certain things that, whether it's US or whether it's India, it's always uniform, like informed consent. And that is some of the things that everyone should know. And we sometimes receive papers where there's no informed consent. And I don't think there's any geography boundary in terms of what informed consent is or what have you. So there are some indications in the paper that might make someone say, well, I'm going to be very skeptical in terms of accepting or understanding what this theory is because it's coming from this particular country. But in short, you're correct. And I always use the corollary of a big ship. It takes time to turn. We are learning, and like AI and everything, we just don't know, we are learning.
Yeah. My hope is that
the
ship will turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say, and Steve and Neil and Jubala and Emmanuel would all agree that yes, there is a bias, but I think it takes a while, going back to Neil, what you mentioned, it is there, but it's becoming inclusive.
So,
what it was, I think, Steve, you mentioned 12 years ago, is not the case now. I remember that mentioning in the keynote.
Yeah, look, I think the American journals do recognise this as an issue that they have to address, right? So, and in terms of citations, are they relevant citations? If the citations aren't relevant, why would you not include them? Just because they're US authors. There might be really good US authors, but they're also really bad US authors, right? So, and not everything that somebody who has a high citation does is fantastic or relevant to what you're doing. I think Russell Belkis in the audience has done a great job, I think, in taking out how different cultures and developing theories from different cultures and nationalities. And he's published in American journals for a long period of time. So I don't think it's as bad. I think what's happening is, in the developing countries, there isn't the scholarly maturity, all the resources. I think this is an important issue. In India, I think that was said earlier. And so the papers aren't really hitting the methodological rigour thresholds of journals. And so then people throw their hands up and say, it's not fair. Well, it is not fair, sorry, because we don't all have the same resources. I don't have the same resources as somebody at Harvard University, so it's not a level playing field. But it's certainly not the reason that we don't accept papers from India. And I know the premier journal in our field, Journal of Marketing, does not think like that at all. If anything, they're more interested in papers outside the US these days. And if you look at the recent table of contents, you'll find there's different theories and different data sets. But it gets back to the story you're telling. How is it relevant, right? Not only to the Indian culture, but to the global implications. You've got to make that case. But yeah, in terms of citations, no, I don't think, they've got to be relevant citations, right? Not just they are US citations from a famous person. If that person is not really related to, or you could be negative, you could be having citations which are saying, you know what, this person is wrong. That's okay, right? So I think I'm a pluralist, but I think many people, and if you want the common thread, journals want good papers. We want good papers that are going to be read, going to be cited, that open up new areas. So where they come from, to me, is not that relevant anymore, right? Now that being said, there are barriers and there are biases. It's human nature. And as I mentioned, this is what Charles Nobel put up the other day when I was at a conference in December, a few months ago, was that 50% of their accepted papers were from the US. However, he recognised that that was a problem. Now, many other editors would not say that's a problem, right? So I think that shows you in two journals that things are changing, but it is a big shift.
Thank you, Steve, and I would reiterate that the submissions that we get across the journals are primarily coming from India, but they don't thrive with the rigor. That's also our challenge, and with all due respect to different countries, but going back to what Steve is talking about, is about the good manuscripts at all the levels. So I think let's do a good research and forget about the boundaries and the geographies from where it is coming and how it started off. I think Neil and Steve mentioned at the beginning, what is the problem that you're solving and how important is the problem to the global audience. I think if you answer those questions, that would really help you to become a great scholar. And the second and the last final thought which I wanted to give you is that, and I'll quote Professor Sheth here, Jack Sheth, has been missing him for the last 3 days. And that's what I was telling Professor Bell, that that's how my journey started as a global scholar. And he always says that, when there is a problem, it's not the problem that is coming first. It's your perspective that you're not looking at the solution first. So look at the solution first and then try to fix the problem. The solution might be right in front of you. You just have to change the way you look at the problem. So we all have constraints, we all have resources, and we just have to understand how to fix it. And if we're not able to do it, I think yesterday we discussed about collaborations with the industry and academia, and I think they work in tandem, so I think we just have to work around it and try to figure out. So thank you so much everybody. Thank you Jibala for joining us so early UK time. Thank you Steve, thank you Manuel, thank you Neil. And special thanks Jibala for the awards that you would be giving to the people who won the best paper as well as the runner-up. And it's really an encouragement from the journal to the authors which they would be getting the recognition on. So thank you so much for being with us and having the amazing panel. Thank you audience for being so patient and listening to the insights. I'm sure that you will have more questions which I think the editors would address while they will have their lunch. So thank you so much and see you soon in the next session.
Thank you so much, Professor Jayant, for joining online.
Thank you and have a great remaining part of the conference. Bye.
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 There's one earring lost for someone. If you please can check, we have it.
academia. Our fourth is Professor Gregory Rowe, who is a professor of marketing, area coordinator of marketing, and director of the Distinction of Excellence program at the Mingard School of Business, University of Washington, Tacoma. His research interests include consumer socialization, brand heritage, money attitudes, and cross-cultural consumer behavior, and he has published articles in the Journal of Business Research, Journal of Consumer Research, Journal of the Academy of Marketing Sciences, Journal of Advertising, among many others. Our next panelist is the founder and CEO of BTG Venture and iDelta 360, Mr. Piyush Tiwari. Mr. Piyush is a solution specialist with over a decade of experience in marketing and technology. As the founder and CEO of BTG Venture, he has been instrumental in developing solution as a software platforms that address key challenges in the marketing ecosystem, focusing on skill enhancement, analytical reporting, and performance-based marketing. Prior to this, he has worked for groups like Publicis, IPG, and Percept across APAC. His commitment to innovation is further exemplified through iDelta 360, a decision intelligence platform that empowers businesses to make informed, intelligent, and instant decisions. Next up in our panel is Mr. Shaunak, who is the founder and CEO of Evolute Global, a creative agency built on the foundations of storytelling, design thinking, and digital innovation. With a passion for crafting impactful brand narratives, Shaunak has led Evolute to a thriving 50-plus member agency across 4 cities in India: Mumbai, Delhi, Raipur, and Indore. His entrepreneurial journey began with a simple realization: if you're not going to pour your heart and soul into your work, why not do it for something you can build yourself? Over the years, Shaunak has worked with diverse brands, blending strategy, creativity, and cultural relevance to create campaigns that don't just look good but deliver results. And he believes that every brand has a story waiting to be told. And our fourth and final panelist is Ms. Sukhada Chaudhary, who is the Vice President Community and Content at Rangde. A digital marketing professional with a keen interest in content strategy and community building, Sukhada has worked in advertising and social impact space along with a stint as a founder of the co-working space. In addition to community building, Sukhada has built her expertise around engagement tools that drive retention and repeat activity, helping Rangde impact the lives of farmers and rural entrepreneurs in 18 Indian states and helping fulfill over 23,000 loans. At the core of her work is making strategic communication work for impact-driven organizations, a field she is passionate about. Now I would request Professor Ashutosh Dutt to moderate the session and all the panelists to join us on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our esteemed panelists?
Welcome all of you. So we are MICAns in majority, especially to Piyush and Gregor. We are MICAns in majority, so be mindful of that. Apart from, of course, all MICAns sitting here. So warm welcome for this panel, and I am proud and honored to be anchoring this. And we've had a brief discussion before, but I would like to bring this and start afresh. So everybody here, I am been given this task to moderate this panel, which for which the theme is as written here, and the disruption that we are going to talk about is anybody's guess. But when I was looking a bit online for finding a definition, I found that this this disruption is an interdisciplinary disruption that we are talking about, which sits at the intersection of philosophy, mathematics, economics, neuroscience, psychology, computer engineering, control theory, cybernetics, and linguistics. So we all know what are we talking about. And while all of us are very hopeful and excited about this animal called AI, I want to start with a cautious note. We all have had a lot of conversations about the threat to employment and things like that. But I also want to point out in the beginning itself, there are other associated risks of AI. And amongst them, the most crucial are the one that I've already mentioned, but other than that, the energy demands that this animal has. Other than that, the autonomous lethal weapons that are being developed using AI. Other than that, the surveillance and the use of AI in persuasion that is happening. Other than that, the biases that are creeping into AI and through that in the world. Other than that, the dependence on safety critical applications of AI, like whether it is supplying water to the entire city or supplying electricity through the grid, and of course cybersecurity, as we all have started facing. So there are risks to this which all of us have heard, are aware, but since we are academicians, I think academicians start on the cautious note. So that's the reason why I thought in the beginning itself, let me set it out. So now with that context, I want to ask you guys as to how have you witnessed AI all these, I mean, it has been with us for all these years, but in your work, in your realm, how have you witnessed? Is it a hype or has it become real to you? We can start with Sukhada. And I said that because you're the only women on this panel. Please.
Are you token already? No, I am not token at all, and I'll tell you why. So thank you so much for this opportunity. It's so lovely to be back here at MICA after 10 years and to be on this side speaking. So my work deals with making low-cost credit accessible to farmers, rural entrepreneurs and artisans. And the threat that AI poses is very real because people in this space can use AI to say, should we lend to this farmer? Should we lend to this rural entrepreneur? What does AI say? And what is AI going to do? AI is going to have a model, a database of previous loans, and it's going to say that, yeah, according to this, we shouldn't lend to this person. But then that is completely overlooking the unique human individual aspect of that particular farmer. Even if members from his community have failed to repay, they have been failing for different reasons. But every case is unique. So AI sort of is a very real threat where the human angle that we want to push gets overpowered by this so-called bogeyman of efficiency. Because when you bring efficiency into the question, you make it better data, but you don't necessarily take better decisions. So that is something we've seen a lot in my work, that though AI can help you at scale, but the quality always needs a human filter at the end of the day. And I think for the other side, so my job focuses on marketing and making more consumers aware of the solution and getting them onto the platform. So one thing in the impact sector, which I encourage a lot of people in this room to give a go, to try using strategic comms for impact, for social development, is that while people do a lot of work in this space, they are not able to effectively communicate it to all the stakeholders. So AI helps underworked and super crunched professionals in this space sort of get a reference point that, okay, AI can help me say, okay, study the top 10 impact organizations in this space, help me out with a communication plan because I'm not able to reach people. So I think AI is helping bridge that gap, which is more of an information gap, but the skills gap, I don't think AI is going to help us a lot in my field of work. So that's a little bit of input from myself.
Thank you.
I'm an academic, so for me a lot of it's about how do you use it, how would you use it in your classes, how would students use it, things along those lines. So it's really about how would students use it, how would how would I use it? So I'm still like kind of figuring out a little bit, and I also think you're not going to undo it. It's there, so you've got to realize that students are going to use it, so you've got to train them to do it, and to do that and train them to use it properly and be careful. But to do that, you really have to kind of figure out some of that stuff yourself. And quite frankly, me with technology, I can go anywhere from being very on top of it if I'm interested to being an absolute luddite. You know, I didn't want a cell phone. I didn't want anybody tracking me. I was like forever, you know. But with AI, at this point, sometimes I think it can be like an assistant that's a little sloppy. So, you know, you ask it, you say like I was getting ready to do something about attribution theory, and I haven't looked at attribution theory in I don't know how many years, and I just want to throw it into a lecture. So I'm like, oh man, I'm going to have to go through it. Oh, let's ask ChatGPT. So then it spits it out. I'm like, well, what about this? It's like, oh yeah, you're right, that too. You know, like, all right, so, you know, just trying to figure out how to integrate it into classes and just realize it's there.
So, thank you for both the views. That gives me a starting point as a right. I started my time in procurement, running the reverse procurement systems all the way down to agencies, from day-to-day media reporting and buying all the way to strategizing for the whole year, right? Across markets or across continents for that matter. So I think AI has been there all around us in different ways. Every recommendation we get on YouTube, every movie which you are referring on Netflix, that is AI. Ad copies, who to show, where to show, what keyword to show, what, everything is there, right? The latest form of AI is something what we are seeing from last 2 years. The way I see it, because I'm a tech optimist, I build solutions in the space, so I have to be very much optimistic towards that thing. What I feel that what we are going through right now is something through which the world went 800 years back, when they invented engines, a thing called engine which can burn some fuel and generate energy. Yes, your cars are going to be out of the market, very few car creators are there, wheel creators are there, but now we have automotive industry, aviation industry, defense industry as well. So anything which evolves, like you said, it's already out of the bag, right? So now it's more about what you can build with that. Yesterday on the same place I mentioned a quote that it's like a new being which is getting created. It can shape up into your best companion down the line, no one knows that, or it can be your worst enemy like a big lion or tiger. But we as a human always know how to train dogs and make it our hunting dogs. So if you have to fight the big demon, then you make your own companions, and these companions need not to be only human. If it's a dark side, but if it's a positive side, we know what we have done to this earth. So if we need to skip it and leave it, it will always remain there. But in the current form, then we need these technologies to evolve further. So I think, yeah, it has been there around us. I'm hopeful to the positives of it and dealing with the negatives of it, leveraging the very same technology, because it's a technology which can be used in 10 different ways. Yeah.
Alright, so hope there was an AI for that. Alright, so going last on this topic is actually the most difficult part, because almost a lot of the problems that people would face, or the threats or the risks, would be pretty much common, because at the grassroots or at the base of it, we're all humans. So the threats or the issues we would face with something like this is definitely going to be similar. But having run a digital marketing agency, I think my industry is the most visibly notorious in the AI field. So technically, let's say, like a quick tiny show of hands, how many of you guys have seen a reel that says, इन 5 टूल से आप AI से एक वेबसाइट बना सकते हो अगले 20 मिनट में? Right? Has anyone built a website in 20 minutes? बन सकता है वैसे, I've tried it. But that website is like quote unquote shit. So the deal is with AI, it's honestly not whether it's a holistic threat or an issue or a problem solver, it's how you use it. At the end of the day, and this technically I would bring a personal objective opinion, not objective, but subjective opinion into this, that the digital marketing and advertising field is definitely going to, and it is technically a compulsion for the industry to use AI but not to replace creativity, not to replace emotion, but to leverage it to use better information to make something which is more relevant to micro audiences. That's pretty much where the entire digital marketing industry is moving towards. We would use large language models to crunch data and micro target every single person. I would be able to target you, and you individually with let's say like a social level, with something which is relevant to more of an international context, which is relevant to grassroots but more tech oriented and optimistic, or maybe relevant to academics, but I would be technically selling a teacup. That would be absolutely fine. So using it as a collaborator rather than as a deterrent is essentially the way I see the industry from a marketing perspective moving towards with respect to AI.
I like to be corrected, and but let me build on this further. And when internet was launched, when smartphones were launched, we always had an option to sign up for it. I myself, for the longest while, worked on feature phones. I did not subscribe to smartphones. I am not on social media, so we always had a choice. I don't know how good or bad that was, but just like he mentioned, AI looks like almost a compulsion. I cannot not learn AI. I cannot not teach AI. I cannot not use AI. It looks like that. Right now for the cities, maybe that's the case, but I'm sure soon it will be for the rural India as well, and for the globe it is happening. So with that in mind, a lot of us are interested in getting on the bandwagon, but we don't know how to start, where to start, and we want to know from you guys who are in the industry, in the academia, is there a right space or right spot to start? How, if any thoughts on that, how do we embrace this disruption from the vantage viewpoint of the scholars sitting here, the students sitting here, and the faculty sitting here? Anybody? Why not you this time?
Very interesting question, because from last 2 years closely I've been traveling to very different places, very different demographics, and trying to teach them about how to get started with this technology, right? I'll take 2 examples, 2 stories, simple stories. I was picked by a Ola bike rider back in Bhopal, and obviously he was studying in the part-time, he was doing his job. So he was like, what can I do, like what should I do, because he heard I'm in digital marketing, so obviously digital marketing is a big buzzword from last 5 years in India, that's where the jobs are. Unfortunately, no, that's not the reality. Every field is changing, and more so the digital marketing. So I showed him that ChatGPT, very early version 3.5, that those days, and we have came a long way from there. He took it. Then I explained to him, okay, go to YouTube, watch some videos, and you learn that, because I can't teach you in your own language. 3-4 months down the line, he called me back and he's like, when are you coming back to Bhopal, and I wanted to pick you up. I was like, okay, fair enough. Next time when I was here, he picked me up with a box of sweets. What this guy did, and it's a classic example of entrepreneurship, I'll say. That guy just went to some YouTube, then he learned how to talk. It's a machine, it's a being. Let's consider it as a being, and you need to learn how to talk to it. Right? So he learned how to talk to it, basically basic prompting, and then once he started learning how to talk to it, he asked it how to make money sitting at home. Fair enough. It gave him 10 ideas. Then he told him his challenges, this is what I can do, this is what I can do, this is what I can do. And these are like imagine a year and a half back, not the current time of reasoning models. That guy, what he started as a business is, he goes to these prominent people in the Bhopal town, which is not a very big city, but fair enough, fairly big enough to have some good sportsmen, army people, politicians and all, and went to write their biographies. A guy who knows nothing about AI, 4 months back, he was writing autobiographies for people, and he got 15 such projects, making him around 15 to 20K a month. Per thing, and then also he learned how to convert that into an ebook and put on Amazon books. That's how someone starts with AI. One of my very early encounters. Monchiari, again I was just talking about it beforehand, very remote place where it's hard to get some good teachers and all. I was training these homestay owners at how they can list their properties, how they can optimize their booking.com profiles and all. Tried for 2 days, no one was interested because they are happy in their own life. Third day I found one guy, he was saying that I'll charge you 2,000 every month to his friends and I'll manage your listings online. And that was a guy who had no interest from the very first day. And then I asked him, then how come this thing clicked to you? He's like, no, when you were going back late at night, you asked me, whatever you want to ask this. So I asked it how to make the Dream 11 team for tomorrow. And the system gave it a data-driven Dream 11 team for next day. That triggered that thing in him, that if it can go this data analytical, now I need to know more. Right? So it's basically a new organism, let's call it like that, without consciousness I hope for now, with whom you need to learn how to talk. And then if you know how to talk to that, it can talk to 20 more like it. So I think we have to learn the coexistence with this new technology and make it our friend and try to understand it better, right? The more you understand, the more threatening it will feel like at times. But imagine yes, there are 1,000 downsides, but one thing which stuck to me from a Saudi Arabia AI conference, some professor from China, he gave a really good example. It's a sequencing algorithm which sequences things and it is making proteins because protein is a sequence of certain things. Imagine that someone sitting in this room can go right now back and start learning with the very same system and start synthesizing new proteins. That's I think the journey goes no book is there, because no one knows what will happen in the next 2 weeks. Every week there are new releases. By the time you print a book, it will be obsolete. So right now the only way to deal with this thing is be on top of it. It's like a giant which is getting bigger, you ride on top of it. And the students are here, right? I'll say that, I'll just leave a couple of things for you. If you are into research, do check Google Research. It's a 2-week-old release. It's something which helps you in a very credible way. It is coming in collaboration with MIT. Latest as well, yesterday, Microsoft launched 5.4, again in collaboration with one of the most premier institutions in the globe, right? So I'm not saying these are perfect places and you'll get everything, but at least you'll start talking to this platform. Whenever you have a creativity block, trust me, try this machine. It hallucinates, right? The answer, we have a very big challenge with this machine that it hallucinates a lot. But what we need to understand, that it hallucinates because it is trying to be creative. If it is giving you absolute answer, it will never be, it will always be the same answer, right? So my few cents are play with these tools, talk to this technology, make it your mate. Otherwise, someone else will make it and they will be replacing you in that sense, right? So it's a hyper-competitive world, but very hopeful one.
Well, I don't think it's something you can ignore, and we have a pretty big faculty, right? So amongst the faculty, there's going to be some people that are interested. There's going to be some people that are cutting edge, and there's going to be some people that just flat out aren't interested. Now, hopefully they're not flat out not interested forever, but they start that way anyway. So one of the things that I credit my dean with is that a friend of ours had messaged us. He's kind of a very obsessive guy, so he's doing a lot on AI right now. So we're going to bring him in and present to the faculty to try and get them on board and get them using it. Personally, it interests me. So I started playing with it. I used it. I could see it for class. So I've done it for academic things. I did a couple of I gave an example yesterday. I'll give you a couple non-academic things. So I'm trying to learn Spanish, so I'm going to employ it to help me learn Spanish. But by the same token, I'm also so I'm playing with Duolingo right now, which is kind of in between. But I'm also going to get a Spanish book to back me up. I also had somebody, we were designing a logo, and so she said, well, I don't know how to do this. I said, well, ask ChatGPT, see what it comes back with, right? So it came back with logos, but we didn't like them. And then we had another guy over there, and he was like, we're like, yeah, this is okay. And then I was like, and it's kind of, we want something that goes upward, because it's an excellence thing, so we're like, I don't know. But then I ripped off my old university, in a sense. I went to UC Santa Cruz, and I got the banana slug, and he was reading in it's got a little thing. And I was like, man, we need a thing that goes like that. So they played with that. I think we sent it back. They sent it back to ChatGPT, and it came out pretty good. We're happy with our logo. All right, one more funny story. Okay, so where ChatGPT absolutely failed me, I have this pursuit, which don't ask me why, but fantasy football. Okay, so I play fantasy football. It's this idea where you get all these players, and you probably have fantasy on things. So I'm doing it. So I asked them what quarterback I should play. It says, "Oh, you should play this quarterback because the other one's still in college." I said, "No, he's not in college. He plays for the Bears." And it insisted that he was still in college. I think that's as far as his data went. Anyway, it interests me, and I think we'll get the faculty on board. I think it's something it's a reality, and it's going to be it's an overall reality, and I think that you can't ignore it.
Yeah, thank you. I think when something gets adopted a little too quickly, I am usually not very trusting of that technology. So I am at the present a skeptical point of view of where to get started. I would say just try to know more about AI. There are different types of AI. There is generative, there is predictive. What AI works on, what are its limitations. I would say start with the limitations so that you know when AI is fooling you, when it's leading you down a dangerous path. So I would say do start, do explore, but always remember that this is based on a model which is historic. It is not meant to predict, it is not meant to be responsible for the kind of decisions it leads to. So that needs to come from you. So any AI people, they will always give you the solution with a fine print. They will say always to be used with human assistance. But that human assistance is core. So I would say please get started, but don't blindly believe AI. Rest is what you intend to do with it.
So picked up the mic because I want you to answer this from the entrepreneurial point of view. That when you started, I am assuming AI wasn't there and you weren't having access to these tools. Now, what if you start a new venture and now? So, is AI helpful to spot new ideas? I mean, how do you think this can help the budding entrepreneur sitting out there?
Okay, so very interesting perspective. Again, I will not quote any new reel, I've done that once already. But there are models where you do not need people to run an agency. And that's purely through using something which are agents, AI agents. Multiple AI models and LLMs talking to each other to produce a quantifiable output. Now, if, let's say for example, doing this for 10 years, we have evolved over time. I'll take one step further back to when I was at MICA. We were during a similar time. We had a BlackBerry. The only thing akin to high tech was basically logging into your MICA LAN and downloading movies and telling Praful bhai ki bhai baad mein aake aapke paas le lenge. So, but the deal is that from there on, tech usually moves at Moore's law, right? Which is 10 years, 5 years, 6 years, 6 years, 5 years, so on and so forth. Right now, what we have been discussing a little while back, things are moving at 6 months. Which means every 6 months, something or the other disrupts and changes and upgrades the market and the environment. Now considering that, to come back to the question, is if someone has to go on an entrepreneurial journey today, adopting AI is an absolute requirement, not from creating innovations or solutions. That has to come through human intervention. 100%, because the ethos of anything that has to solve a real world problem has to be human. But the way you do it optimizes and goes faster and scales better when you use a machine or an organism that thinks for you 24/7. So doing something today as a business, bring the human aspect of it when you're solving the problem. Getting people to solve the problem or how it can be solved is where you can use a slew of AI, agents, large language models, tools, everything else that the Microsoft, Googles and the non-Googles of the world who are bringing things to the table have to offer for you. Explore, experiment, but take it with a pinch of salt that each one of them needs human intervention.
Any exciting examples that you want to share, from your community, from the circle that you come from? Anything that took you back and you were like, we couldn't have thought of this? Anything, not necessarily right now, but if it comes to your mind, please do share with us. We are sitting in the school of ideas, and one of the accusations or allegations has been that, generative AI particularly has been eating into the creativity and innovation part of things and is almost replacing it. It creates a big dilemma for us that whether we should admit students with this kind of orientation. Should we align our curriculum more towards creativity or innovation, or should we leave that to the AI? So, what are your thoughts on that particularly? And I would start with the academician first.
No. I don't think you want to leave it. I'll use music as an analogy. Like, you can utilize AI to write music, okay? But you're not going to get that quality. And in fact, I was criticizing the other day a type of music, and I'm not going to say which one, because it's it's all the same. There's no variance, and you're seeing it. And the same thing with all this pitch correction and all this. You're seeing that music's losing a certain quality. And I think the same thing, that creativity is human. You can use it, and you can, for the admissions, it's kind of like, okay, we don't ever admit it, but a lot of times it's a semi-formulaic process, that first cut, okay? And that it's great for, but then you have to have the other times where, you're looking at it, and the question would be, if you're using it for that first cut, are you missing something? So to even that, you want something to look at it. Anyway, that's my take.
Yeah.
So there's an interesting flip that's happening because of AI, because now data analysis, coding, it's going to be democratized, right? Anybody with ChatGPT is going to be able to do that. So what I foresee is in the next few years, creativity is actually going to be an elite skill. It is actually going to become an elite skill, because if you don't train interdisciplinary thought, which AI cannot do for you. AI cannot say that if you are studying X, study behavioral economics, because you're going to be great at when these two fields combine. And AI cannot do that for you. AI cannot think. So, for example, AI refuses to comment on political and religious things, right? As a policy, they don't do it. But if, like I had a session on media agenda setting in MICA, and we did talk about political things, we did talk about religious things, because those are things which open your mind, which make you think about things outside your spectrum, and which actually give thought and which actually give birth to ideas, right? So I think that is something which elite skills are going to be reframed. We're going to look at creativity as something uniquely human, where there is absolutely low scope of AI intervening. And that is why I think educational institutions are going to see a big push towards creativity, because reading comprehension, critical skills are going to be on the decline. So then it is going to fall on educational institutions to bridge that gap and make sure that the leaders are readers, basically.
Very interesting questions. Something which is a little hard for me to say, that how the admissions happen and the way we should be looking at your students. Like you mentioned, it's inevitability, right? It will get adapted. You already have, I guess, a lot of students who are leveraging these technologies and getting better. I'll go back to this example of music. Music is a beautiful way to understand that what's the limitation of this technology, and whether, so let's say if you're in music school, you want to have the people who can sing the best or give a really good beat, or would you like to have a batch of students who can make a whole complete song with limited resources? And that's where the power of collaboration comes into picture. Yesterday, I think the last question on the panel was about collaboration, and I talked about it. We had a human-to-human collaboration. Now we have a machine-to-human collaboration, and we will eventually move into machine-to-machine collaboration, and you'll be overseeing those things. So from that perspective, when a talented musician starts working with the tools which are reducing the cost, I'll just take an example from one of the small city artists. His cost for producing and music as well as creating a song is around 40K, which is really huge for someone like him. Right now he can do it in $20 subscription, because he's writing the lyrics on his own. But when he's having a blockade of creativity, he's going to these certain large models putting it into them and saying that what do you feel can be the expectation of it, can be in certain styles as well. And what because I have no idea about music, but I can see the amazement on his face that, oh, it got my rhyme scheme, it got my this scheme. Something which if you ask someone else to do, it would be hard to say. So it's a knowledge transfer thing. And then when it came to the creating the music, for example, some of the greatest artists of current times are playing sets assisted by these systems, right? So I think a system alone, I have to be again very, please be beware of calling ChatGPT as the only AI. Not a perfect one. Don't play with one system, play with multiple, because each one will have its own downsides, and when you run it through 3 funnels. And last question was about how people start, right? So I was taking a CII conference, and for me that was a totally new audience. Like, I've never seen the industrialist of certain towns. What I did, nothing. For the education industry, let's make your jingle. MICA can do a jingle really well because you have creative people. But imagine those 20 colleges sitting in a town who would like to have a jingle, who would like to do their social media better, but they don't have the resources and they can't afford that much, right? So a jingle in 120 seconds, written by one, optimized by second, and created by third. So lyrics plus composition gives them a very average outcome. But that average was non-existent. So I believe that that gap is getting reduced. So how it is going to impact the admissions and all, what kind of creativity will come out of it, how people will be complementing it, these are the answers for the future, I believe. But inevitably, all the students coming here will be leveraging on these things. For example, it doesn't matter whether you are studying for space sciences or material sciences, you have to use calculators. Calculators makes us dumb in certain ways, but then they make us smarter in many more ways. So I think that's the complementing skill set. There should be open book or open problem solving, which I see happens in really good colleges like MICA. It should be open-ended admissions, right? You have to understand that how the person thinks, how the approach to the solutioning is, or creativity is, and then AI will just be an additional ally for it, not be a deterrent or a deduction of creativity per se. But yeah, like, it's very much subjective to my experience so far. We are going to, it's like vaccines, you don't know what they'll bring with you later, not 10 years down the line.
And we love your examples because they are actually coming from the ground. So thank you for sharing those examples. Shaunak, here to you.
Alright, so I think academic, as not academicians, but as a university, for example, or as a college, it is very important to figure what we are working towards. Because in my industry, there's a saying that a designer gets the message across, an artist creates the message. So if you have to teach designers from a generative AI point of view, then it serves a purpose. Because an artist, irrespective, is going to interpret things their own way. Nurturing that talent, that kind of a creativity is a ballgame in itself. But from a mass production perspective, which is the job of an educational system, you churn out the best quality students year on year. Getting the job done is usually the need of 70 to 80% of the people who are graduating out of any system. Getting the job done, that is where you would definitely have to train them to utilize the best tools available at hand when they enter the real world. That's where the training of any sort of AI system comes into picture. If you are training artists, that's a completely different ballgame. AI definitely cannot play a game in that. So that's my 2 cents.
I know we have a lot of things to talk about, but I would rather open it to the audience, and we would like to hear from you. Given the limitation of time, it's best if we can start the Q&A now, so that we can wind it up on time. So, anybody who wants to talk to ex-Micans or wants to talk to the panelists here?
It's a different generation.
Oh yes. Yes. Let's have the questions. Yes.
So time and time again, different technological revolutions, say the printing press, or many such revolutions, they have said that it changed the world for better, and it will never be recognized again, and it will lead to job losses that might not be.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
So, every such iteration of technology brings about a promise and a sort of a doom that it will lead to job losses and everything. But time and time again, we have, caught up to it, be it the printing press or be it anything. So, do you really think AI this time around is that different? Anybody there?
You're the most optimistic
No, I was telling this is something which is uncomfortable. I would love to sit there and have a talk for hours, honestly, because that's what I'm here for. I want to learn. I'm working on a solution just in the education space for AI, right? So this is the place where I get to see the challenges which you asked, right? Pretty simple answer, I'll say. Like you said, nothing changed, right? Nothing changes effectively, depending on how large you are seeing or how micro you are seeing. If you go down to the micro level, you'll see that how big the printing revolution has been, or how big the TV impacted everything from media buying to everything, right? So similarly, AI, if you go to the micro level, it has been there, it is changing, right? You don't need a person sitting at the YouTube headquarters putting your next recommendation on your list. It's a machine doing it, right? So I don't think it's something which will end the world, because world is something which is beyond just a human race, to be very honest. Things will keep evolving. We don't have to be that, but we have to caution very clearly. For example, if you just replicate an answer from a chat GPT, not going to be there. I take again an example. Very early days, I was writing, I think you will know better, EPK, electronic press kit. I had no idea about this whole thing. There was this musician, again from Bhopal, very limited resources, wanted to do a EPK. He asked me if I can help. I had no idea about EPK. I went to it, learned what EPK is, taught, what are the sections of it, how do you build it, and the whole thing was done. And I realized that the writer's name, it was some legacy writer from Bhopal, like MP, nearby region. But because it's a Hindi poem, it said it is from UP. Biases, which is okay. We have more biases than a machine, I believe. So, because machines normalize biases, we have very strong inclined biases. So, looking at that, imagine that whole process. Was it good for some? It was bad for someone who could have got paid by it, but it was good for someone who's trying to make his ends meet and still do the music what he wants. So, as you will go, it will not be a very big disruption. It will lead to the end of world. I hope not. But in case if you feel that you are feeling threatened by it, you just need to look at those 10-20 people who are building up on top of it, how they are dealing with it. What I usually say that unless we are in a research lab, unless we are Einstein or Newton who is having the first time in encountering a problem, everyone has faced the problem which we are facing right now. We just need to find that information that how they dealt with it. So be positive about it. And practically, because we also talked about the entrepreneurship aspect of it, right? Sam Altman, doesn't matter what you feel about him, but he is guiding a big change right now. So he said a simple thing. In next few years, we are going to see the first single person unicorn. That's a possibility. I'm not saying you'll reach there or not. You have seen Ole Sujekar raising a $1 billion round at $5 billion valuation on a paper of concept, safe super intelligence. 9 people company got funded for $1 billion at $5 billion valuation. That's a promise this technology is showing, right? So idea is to ride the wave. Don't worry. Even if, let's say if you are not riding the wave, this will go, something else will come, like you said. So waves will keep coming and going, but it's a good wave to ride, and especially considering the kind of place you have. You can't learn alone. If 10 of you start learning a small element of it, you will compile up, and AI can never complement each other like that, right? So I think you have advantage, and be positive about it. At any point, just putting a thing on table. At any point, anyone feels that they're having challenge with dealing with this thing, reach out to people who are dealing with it already for years, right? So yeah, again, optimistic view on what's going to happen.
Thank you. Yes, sure.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I want to bring out the aspect of academics. So my question to the panel is that since we are talking a lot about AI, and the theme of the conference is that, we are also the topic of the discussion is on that. My question to the panelists is that how do you therefore suggest, or what do you suggest for the academicians to implement ASAP the next academic year to start with things that will actually bring up our students, to the levels that we're talking about, or the uncertainty that we're going to face. So I think that is what we would like to gain as an actionable item. And I would like the answer to be slightly deeper rather than start courses on this specialization. Content should be this. No, it has to be hands-on suggestions, if you can.
Just to give you a background, he's a consultant. So he's asking for consulting services. He's a former consultant.
Well, the shorter answer is like this: I don't know. But what I would say is look, you have to in academia you experiment, and you see what works and what doesn't work. So I would say try something. So first off, there's the curricular level, but as an individual, try something in your class. So try and design an assignment that involves the AI. Have people play with it yourself. Go to YouTube. Watch YouTube on how to prompt things like that, and then play with it. I've played with it. I've played with it. I've had students play with it, and I try to design an assignment that also shows what AI can do and what AI can't do. And you also want to make sure that the students they're not just throwing it into AI. There's a step beyond that where they're doing something and they're processing the AI, and maybe I would ideally try to design something where they spin it through AI, they told you what they found, and they worked on it a little bit more, and then they tried it again and make it iterative. So those are some ideas.
Okay, I have an example of something that we do within my agency as well, and it works really well when we get fresh employees who don't have that much of an experience utilizing multiple tools like this. Let's say you have 30 different tools. So since we are talking about AI, we'll keep it a little relevant to that as well, not digress into other things. But let's say you have 30 tools. Some which create images, some which create audio, some which create content, and some which create automations. Within these 4 categories, you have certain amount of them. What we do is basically open it up as a round robin system. Utilize any 4 this month to create so much. This is for one particular brand. We all know brands have certain contracts with us. They say you have to create 30 posts a month and you have to do this. This is how much we'll pay you. That's our contract. Our job as creative agencies is to go above and beyond it, technically speaking. So this system allows us to experiment, upskill within our own system, yet create something which is actionable, measurable, and put out into the real world. As a space that you want to probably action here, this is something that you also touched upon, that you can do this with your assignments. You can also do this as real life projects from industries and companies across the globe, so to speak, but purely utilizing AI tools. It forces you to use, deep dive, learn and unlearn what you already know to essentially upskill yourself to the level where you seamlessly use that without being constrained by it. So that might be one of the viable solutions.
Yeah, I think I have a contrary opinion. I think academicians will now have to assume AI as default. You will have to assume that all your students are going to be very comfortable with those tools anyway, even if you don't touch upon them in class. So I think the assignment needs to be so dynamic and random that they are unprepared to use AI. So it can be a live project, it can be a live demonstration, it can be something that they have to answer orally in class while reading something on their own. So I think it needs to have an element where, of course, you use AI to understand the concept, explain the concept, be very well aware of the concept, but in class when you demonstrate your understanding, it has to be a live element there. That is what I would recommend.
Right. Maybe I'll just use that as a reference. Easier. See, I'm a solutionist guy. I have to see things happening, right? pretty simple. I have just created a simple custom GPT, basically powered by the same chat GPT, no other additional cost, but trained on a certain curriculum and books. So one thing which we all have seen here and what we are trying to do here as well is knowledge transfer. There are 4 or 5 people sitting here trying to share their views. Once you go back, imagine how much will you be retaining out of this. I hardly think 1% down in 30 days. That's the leakage in knowledge processes we have. It's not like we don't have good teachers. It's not like the processes are bad. The thing is, you have to learn through 60 teachers in a semester or like over 2 years, 30 teachers, 40 teachers, right? And they have to have 60 students, 70 students each class. So that personalization cannot happen. So what we are trying to solve, again, this is just an example of it, that we created something with a fixed knowledge base. Instead of open internet knowledge, it is knowledge which is driven by your own coursework, your professor's notes, the knowledge which is credible. And then second is skill. So when you talk about agentic, which you are going to hear a lot about these things in the next 6 months. So agentic have two elements, skills and knowledge. So knowledge you sort with this, and then skill, like you were mentioning 4 different tools. So one AI to fetch me the right text answer from the books or the notes. Second AI to drive a visual aid complementing it. Third AI to compile and make a best answer. And fourth AI which knows the student and its usage behavior or learning pattern. So you have 4 different AIs working with each other in a comprehensive way. But will you be able to replace a teacher? Never, right? There was a suggestion that you make assignments which are harder to beat by the AI. Just go and ask the AI. How can I make an assignment which is not easily doable by ChatGPT? This is the world we live in. See, that's the reality of the world we live in. And I have, in last 2 months especially, when I was traveled around and met with these educationists, I have seen people using it very smartly. One professor from UPES, he had to give 60 assignments. He made 60 custom assignments with a few variables in the assignment. So it is going to be written by a human, you can't avoid it. Otherwise, anyway, people are going to use ChatGPT in the examinations, you can't stop it, or back in assignments. So use AI to counter AI, I believe. Right? So I'm just going to use this system, not very refined, it's in early prototyping phase. I have the class of MICA sitting with me. Can you tell me how these students can leverage your capabilities or learn from you about their first 2 chapters of the next semester?
Particular code.
Here's how you can make the most of this platform for your upcoming chapters. Quick overview. Your first 2 chapters focus on 1. Introduction to entrepreneurship, understanding the meaning, traits, and types of entrepreneurs. 2. Sources of business ideas, exploring how to identify opportunities and create business plans. What I can do for you. 1. Simplify concepts. I can explain key ideas like the difference between entrepreneurs and managers, types of entrepreneurs, or how to evaluate business opportunities. 2. Practical exercises. We can do activities like swim.
So, yeah, but this one is not giving you answer from those 800 billion parameters. It is referencing your own coursework, your professor's notes, and the reference books. And in certain cases like Python, you can then connect to the open internet. So basically what you are restricting is the knowledge base of this machine. By that you ensure the quality is much better. And second, you impart the right set of skills for these to work together, right? So I think, AI is something which you are going to see inevitably. It's more about how fast you play with it. OpenAI, Cloud. Stanford has a standard free subscription for Cloud 3.5 for all of the students, right? If they are not scared, we shouldn't be. That's the difference between innovation and following.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing this app that you've developed. We don't have a director sitting here, but had she been here, she would have been, all this would have been music to her ears, because she's been talking about these components, labs and mental gyms. So we Micans, we bring some new words to things, new labels. So yeah, so you're right. These are the ways we can intervene. Anybody else? Yes, Pooja.
Hi Piyush, so I really liked your tech optimism, and I like to think I am one too. The only, so recently, for example, Apple confessed or got a hold up that it's been using recorded conversations through Siri unwittingly or albeit unwittingly, and using that to target its customers more effectively. Now, as consumers and customers ourselves, we know what it means to be targeted. At one spectrum, we know it has its benefits because maybe, hey, I want to see things that are suited to my lifestyle, my choices, my needs, whatever. On the other hand, we also know how irritating it can be, how disruptive, to feel that you've been manipulated into buying that suit that you've been saying for the nth time, right? So, so on the one hand, when you have data that you're trying to leverage and you're feeding the system so that your custom GPT space where you're trying to make it service your needs better in this way. What I loved about your perspective was there's the promise of democratization of knowledge. By the accident of my birth, I can speak English well, I can write English well. ChatGPT has democratized that access. So now my selection of candidates is not based on how well or how well I write my resume, but on how I think. Right? That's the challenge for recruiters as well. So on the one hand, you have the democratization of knowledge, but on the other hand, you are, as an ordinary consumer or a citizen, you're giving away your data for free to large big tech corporations. How can marketeers, small-scale entrepreneurs, individual marketeers, what role at all, if at all, or thinkers, academics, what role can they play in managing this conflict or this sort of dynamic? What choices can we make, if at all we have a choice?
We were talking about choices a while back. I used a little philosophical line. Choices are illusions. Practically, we feel that we have choices, but eventually it's about a time and 1,000 different factors. Do we have a choice not to use it? Yes, we always do, but we have to move to pin value practically and live in that on-demands. Then you don't have any AI coming your way. No worries. But when you're living in a capitalistic world, sitting in the middle of a traffic light to education, right, it is going to be there. How do we make sure that we are mitigating the downsides of it? There are two ways. First thing, nothing can replace a human-to-human bond. AI can never feel, so let's say if I spoke something just now, which resonated with you. I don't even know what resonated, but it resonated across your whole experience spectrum. AI don't have the experience spectrum. So a human-to-human connection can never be replaced, right? So especially in a task like teaching, where it's very much about that very essence of it, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I've heard this a lot of times across panels and boards where they say that the human touch cannot be replaced by AI. But you know, a strong way to look in that direction is science fiction and science movies, which is predicted and imagined this for a long time. That is a relationship between human and the artificial entity. And the artificial entity being capable of human and emotional responses in an equal fashion. SF has always predicted AI. I mean, back in early 19th century, right? So, and I can give you plenty of evidence of that. But so to speculate that AI cannot replace that, I think is
absolutely agreed. So I take the word. I take the word back on that side. I'll say you don't even know the limits of AI yet, right? The forms of AI have been changing from 1950s until today. What we see as ChatGPT is nothing but a maturity of an AI phase called deep learning, right? We talked about the data on which ethics is a big question. On which data are you training, right? So yes, that was a big question from last 2 years, and you have the answer now. When Google research came and when new models are coming, they have data synthesizing capabilities. So you are not training on pre-synthesized or pre-existing data. You can synthesize your own data and then train on top of it, right? So yes, challenges will keep coming, and then people like us are responsible to bring you solutions. Yesterday, someone asked me a very good question that social media, if the content is just getting generated with such a big volume, attention spans are any which way going down, I will be flooded with crazy amount of information. What will I do with it? My answer is simple. If the day that problem becomes significantly big enough, me or someone like me will come with a system which is just curating information for you. You don't have to go to the social media feed anymore. My system will go, understand what suits you more, knowing your behaviors, the same thing for which we'll be showing you better ads and charging you more. And for two sides of the same coin. Marketing can't exist without knowing customer. And since we have been in that 50s or 40s, once we left that phase of marketing, once we started into the desire category, we as a industry baseline is not very judgeable. I shouldn't be judging. What we have been doing for 70 years, it's just a new way of doing it. Uber has been selling our data forever. Yellow books, all these things, right? So it has been there, the form is changing. Right? So it's more about be open, be aware, right? So it's not like don't take things just as is. It can be even better than that. For example, the website question, right? It was a very interesting question. Can you make a website in 20 minutes using ChatGPT? A really good website? Answer is no. Not there yet. Not there yet, I'll say. But Wix got a AI engine in that, where you were any which way able to make easy designs, and now to write content or Canva for that matter, right? AI is not going to be only ChatGPT, Llama and all these things. AI is something which is part of every single experience of yours. Every app which you are using, every platform you are using, if they are not evolving their user interface using AI, they will be obsolete.
I'll just add one disclaimer. So you mentioned sci-fi and it's been around for the 1950s. But oddly enough, all of those iterations have been dystopian. There is no hopeful imagination of AI replacing a human yet. So I think that's just a disclaimer. I feel as teachers, humans, what we have in our control, and again as a skeptic, because we are rushing to embrace AI without critical thought, our decision is where not to use it. So that it is being presented as a non-choice, it is not a non-choice, it is not a non-option. For some sectors, you will never need AI, there is no need to use AI in some sectors, and that's where we as humans need to put our foot down and say, no, this sector is sacrosanct, this is going to be based on human principles only, and even if we scale, we may not need AI to do that. So that's my point.
I can see the organizers, they've come back.
I'm going to recommend the book. I don't get any compensation for this. So the book is called The Coming Wave, and it's by one of the founders of AI. And basically, it's very thoughtful, and it starts out, the beginning of the book is very optimistic, very pessimistic, and then he has a series of recommendations to mitigate things. So I would highly recommend it, The Coming Wave. And also the advice to ride the wave is excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll start here. Thank you. I'd like to thank the panel members here, and it was wonderful to hear your views, your examples, your life experiences. I'm sure the students sitting here would have learned something from you guys. Everybody is available for a chat after this as well, so please feel free to reach out to them. Thank you once again for everyone's time. Bye-bye and have a nice evening.
So much for the wonderful panel discussion. Now I request our Dean, Dr. Hegde, to please felicitate and give a token of appreciation to Piyush Tiwari. I request Subrat sir to please felicitate Saurabh Mukherjee.
Yeah, it's impressive.
I request our MICA faculty, Mini Mathur, to please felicitate and give away token of appreciation to Professor Gregory Rose, the only academician on the panel.
No, there are two academicians on the panel. What do you say?
I request Professor Pooja Thomas to please give away token of appreciation to Shubhudan Chaudhary.
This is a pleasure. I've been following Sukana's work for so long.
We also would like to thank Professor Ashutosh Dutt for moderating this panel, and I request our esteemed scholar to please give away token of appreciation. Thank you to all the panelists. I request you to please take a seat. Now it's a time for the MICA faculty to feel proud and honor. Has a wonderful book and a project that was led by MICA on the Routledge Handbook of Global and Digital Governance Crossroads came into picture. This book is a huge compendium and it was well handled by the great editors. I request Dean Hegde to please talk about this book for a minute or two, and then we'll move forward to the panel discussion. And also invite our ex-dean.
Good afternoon.
तो ब्रेक कर दो कभी काफी कट कर दो तो फिर बोल चल मेरे आते हैं भाषी या ना तो ब्रेक करो अरे ब्यास में भी एक माली खबर है बैठा हुआ है खबर ना आनी पड़ा सिस्टम छिलो जमुना पड़ा बढ़िया आनी पहला भी सिस्टम टाइम को
वहाँ भी तो सही देखते हैं। हाँ
Good afternoon. Welcome again. This is for a very, very special book launch. I'm especially thrilled to give a quick remark on the book launch because it was conceptualized here in MICA. Preeti, the ex-teen here, who was one of the authors, along with the then director, Dr. Shailendra Mehta, and a couple of other authors, very well-known global gurus such as Dr. Jagdish Sheth, are the authors of this book. This book on global and digital governance, as you can see, is one of the most pertinent and futuristic area that the business area and other areas can look at. So global and digital governance is increasingly vital in today's interconnected world, where businesses operate across borders and rely heavily on digital platforms. I'm going to read a few excerpts from this book, but what has happened is that the release of the South Asian release has just was 2 days ago, and the book is very voluminous, so I don't think I could even look at a few pages or chapters. But I did find out a few things that the book has about 50 authors, and and it talks about different sectors. Very, very unusual, because most books in the space of businesses focus on a single or a couple of few sectors. I think Preeti will talk about it in detail. And also the book focuses on different countries and also very interestingly on different institutions, multiple institutions, and this is extremely unusual about the book, and I think that in itself is a great differentiator. So the international and digital transformation, as you all know, has deeply impacted governance across public, corporate and social sectors. So as we know, governance is a process by which an organization is accountable to all its internal and external stakeholders, and being stakeholder-centric emphasizes addressing the needs of all entities impacted by the business, including customers, employees, communities and investors. The need of such stakeholders are diverse, as we know, and very often these needs are contradictory. So handling such contradictory needs and diverse needs needs special skills and deeper understanding of governance. I'm delighted once again to acknowledge that this timely and critical handbook, which addresses important issues pertaining to global and digital governance. As I already mentioned, I'm thrilled to state that the idea for this handbook originated at MICA. MICA has sponsored and supported all phases of conceptualizing and development. The research support was given by MICA. A few staff team from MICA did help in this book during production. And interestingly, many of the authors are either been MICans, scholars here in MICA, and a few faculty members. MICA also, I think, supported in terms of network, the network that MICA had then and otherwise, and many other aspects. So, a big round of applause to MICA and this book. So this book is a unique post-COVID global primer that brings together cross-sector and cross-country experience by addressing global and digital governance, transformations across 6 governance sectors and themes. As I already mentioned, usually scholarly literature focuses only on particular kind of institutions in a narrowly defined domain or sector. Unusually, this book focuses on institutions across various domains, encompassing the entire length and breadth of societies. This book includes corporate, educational, digital, health and environmental community, faith-based and multilateral institutions. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it addresses governance issues across such wide variety of domain. The 4 editors of this handbook combine many years of global and global to grassroots governance and management experience. And they have done a remarkable job in compiling expert author contributions and voice from around the world to address the opportunities and challenges in global and digital governance. This has resulted in a particularly rich handbook which is an important contribution to multiple fields. Congratulations to the authors and the editors, and I wish this book success through wide and fast subscriptions and many more further editions. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Dean Gita, for your kind remarks. Welcome, everyone. I think this is the last panel of the 3 days amazing conference. So we'll do our best to keep you all awake and excited, land on a nice note. Somebody said in the previous panel that by the time you complete writing a book, it becomes obsolete. So with that humility, I stand in front of you. I'll tell you what is not obsolete. The relationships that you develop while writing a book with 50 authors from around the world, your co-editors. So I had the privilege of working with, of course, MICA as the ex-dean and also Generation X-dean. I see Generation Z now, and it's fantastic to be here. So Dean Gita, Director Jaya, who is not here today, Sandeep Menon, the Governing Council member who is here, and distinguished faculty of MICA. It wouldn't have been possible without all the inspiration that we derive from MICA as an institution and as a community. I will never ever underestimate the power of a community, even in the digital and AI world. So thank you for all the support you provided. It took us over 4 years because as soon as we started working on this book, COVID hit us. And it also actually helped us rethink governance in a post-COVID world. For MICA's pride, I need to mention, publishers told us this is the first global book on digital and global governance in the post-COVID world. So as a school of ideas, you did bring this idea and brought it to the world. So thank you for that. I worked on this for 4 years, so I don't have much to say, but what I'm going to do is welcome our very distinguished editors, starting with Professor Jagdish Sheth, who has sent a message for all of you, because as he would say, he loves MICA. So can somebody help me put the video? You can try one. Tell me if you can see the video, because lights are on. This is from Professor Jagdish Sheth, one of the co-editors.
Greetings. I'm Professor Jagdish Sheth at Emory University and one of the co-editors of the Handbook of Global Governance in the Digital Age. I'm really sorry I cannot be there in person. I love MICA. I visited it many, many times, but unfortunately this year I'm unable to travel to India. My responsibility was primarily for 2 institutions. As you know, the whole handbook is about institutional governance, institutions such as education, corporations, faith, international bodies like World Bank and United Nations, and democracy in general. I focused on 2 sections. One is the cooperative as an institution, and the other one is the faith and community as institutions. Corporate institutions are likely to change dramatically by 3 technologies. One, of course, is blockchain, which is very much in place. Second one, of course, is e-commerce, which is also very much in place. Marketplace exchanges, for example. Third, and the more impact-making recent technology is the use of artificial intelligence. The general conclusion is that corporations will go from a hierarchical structure to more and more distributed decision-making. Decision-making will be more diffused and by multiple points rather than a single individual making decisions. And on the other side, we'll go from an autocratic approach, like a boss is the main point, to more and more, in fact, mentoring, coaching style of, with empathy, primarily style of management or leadership. The faith and community are very interesting. Faith and community are like two peas in a pod. Community needs faith to provide values, normative beliefs, and something that how do you become a good citizen and get your own potential out. And on the other hand, faith needs the community for its survival and growth. The technology most impacting both community and the faith, of course, is the social media more so than anything else. Social media makes community borderless. In fact, there's the rise of what I call Facebook nation, which is bigger than China, which is bigger than India, almost 2 billion plus people having their own jurisdiction, their own way of talking, their own governance mechanism. So social media is making community borderless. On the other hand, faith is becoming, by the same technology, leaderless. Because the power of the priest, for example, or the rabbi is decreasing more and more. People are accessing Torah in the case of Judaism, for example, Quran in the case of Islam religion, Gita, etc., in the case of Bhagavad Gita, in the case of Hinduism, or any religion for that matter, Bible, it doesn't matter what it is, they're able to access the content more directly. There is no such thing as somebody who is an expert and he can teach. The really democratization of the understanding of both the rituals as well as the philosophy of each of the religions or faiths. And this just goes on. I was very impressed with the chapters written by so many great authors about the impact of technology on the faith side and impact of technology on the community side. I hope you enjoy the conference. I know it's a great event, and I'm especially grateful to MICA as an institution with the leadership of Priti Shroff at that time, Shalindra Mehta. This project would not have happened without their active support, and also all the research scholars, as well as an editor that we had by the name of Marcelo Agudo. Excellent job that they did, and I was so glad to be part of the team. I know handbook is already getting great attention as opening ceremonies by different authors and editors all over the world, and I'm glad that MICA is able to host the inaugural session for the book opening in India. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry again, I cannot be there in person.
This is from the Worldwide, John Garrison, who is the editor for International Governance section.
Hi, my name is John Garrison. I am one of the 4 co-editors of the Rutledge Handbook of Global and Digital Governance Crossroads, Stakeholder Engagement and Democratization. I'm going to read my remarks. I want to second Professor Jag Seth in thanking MICA under the leadership of Professor Shalindra Mehta, and especially Professor Priti Shroff Mehta for making the handbook possible. Priti provided the vision and dogged determination, while MICA provided the research assistance to bring this important publication to fruition after a 3-year process. I also visited MICA during the International Communications Conference in 2016 and was impressed by the vitality and scholarly nature of the session discussions. I was responsible for shepherding the 5 chapters on global governance in Section 1 of the handbook, which focused on the emergence of civil society and social movements and its goal of democratizing international organizations in the global public sphere. After having worked for 4 years at the World Bank on engaging civil society, which also included political exchanges and conflict mediation around contested World Bank policies, I understand the historic significance of having non-state actors, such as civil society organizations, universities, labor unions, indigenous peoples, and community organizations, having a seat at the global dialogue and consultations table for the very first time in history. One of the underlying principles of democracy is that it is only truly genuine and sustainable in the long run if all key stakeholders, especially minority and disenfranchised sectors, have their voices heard and interests addressed. Otherwise, it is simply a patrimonial democracy, largely serving the interests of political and economic elites. It is interesting to note that democratic governments emerged at the nation-state level several centuries ago, and today the majority of countries around the world practice some form of democracy, even if imperfect. We should acknowledge that India is the largest democracy in the world, and Brazil, where I grew up, is the largest democracy in Latin America. What is happening now, as the handbook highlights, is that democratic governance is being slowly adopted at the global level within the United Nations, multilateral development banks such as the World Bank, and other international spheres. We chapter authors in this section feel that as democratic governance advances, the global governance spaces will be made more democratic, accountable, and transparent. Thank you for letting me share these brief remarks and wishing an interactive and thought-provoking session on the handbook. Thank you.
Sorry about the volume fluctuation. I left it to AI. You told me AI is perfect. I'm looking at some AI professors who are sitting here. I'm actually going to invite now the panel members and then read the final message from Professor Shailendra Mehta, who was the president at the time when we worked on the project. So first I would like to invite Sandeep Menon, the MICA Governing Council member, who has always guided us with his research. He's a managing director and Workto, and always useful for all of us, Sandeep, when we always have dilemma about AI and human world. You help us resolve both. So thank you so much for being that intersection. Next I'll invite Professor Vijay Vishwanathan from Madil at Northwestern University. So in a way, Sandeep was my former boss, this is my current boss from Western.
But you know you're the boss.
Vijay, I have the boss at the end of the day, as you know. And then third, I would like to invite Professor Varsha Jain, who I know has worked tirelessly. Professor Varsha Jain, please take the stage. And at this point, on behalf of all of us, thank you for pulling this incredible conference together. I hope you managed to share it. And fourth, Professor Ashutosh Dutt, who is going to be our respondent. Knowing Ashutosh's genius in pedagogical innovations, I would like him to respond after we hear all about how phenomenal the AI and human world is going to be, and how do we bring those innovations to classroom to prepare future marketeers. So as all of you are here, there is a thank you note from Professor Shailendra Mehta, so I quickly read it. He was in a board meeting, so he couldn't travel here today. Dear friends, in 2019, I returned to India after a trip to Karachi, Pakistan. I had visited the Institute of Business Administration for an executive program. My host at the time was Dr. Ishrat Hussain, a distinguished economist who had previously served as the head of Pakistan's central bank and later became a minister for institutional reform in the Imran Khan government at the time. Dr. Hussain, who is deeply passionate about global governance, presented me with a copy of his book on globalization, governance and growth. When I returned to MICA, I was excited and I shared the book with our dean at the time, Professor Preeti Shroff. This is Professor Mehta talking. I am not talking nuts. Don't think I am going nuts. I suggested that we too at MICA should explore this topic of governance because it interested all of us. True to her spirit, Dr. Shroff immediately agreed and we started and launched this project. Professor Gita explained the definition of governance that we have encompassed in this book. It's ultimately about how do we bring people, platform and passion together and govern multiple communities. We always say connect with consumer. Are we talking about how many billions of consumers, 1.3 in India, who are completely different from each other? So how do we embrace their diversity and govern societies and companies and brands. That's at the heart of this book. As Gita ma'am mentioned, this book brings together 50 distinguished authors from around the world, and building those relationships is what will last for all of us together. And Professor Mehta thanks MICA for all the contributions that MICA has made, and he strongly believes that now the current team will take these newer ideas of how do we govern in an emerging world that is full of conflicts and contradictions. That's why at last moment we added the word global and digital governance crossroads. We stand at the crossroads because on one hand we talk about the global world, and at the same time we are fighting for local territories. We talk about AI while we can't even manage human beings. So these crossroads are in front of us, and I think as global citizens, as brand leaders, as organizational leaders, we will have to make very thoughtful choices so that ultimately we create a better world for consumers, for employees, and for our leaders. With that, I promise to shut up and hand over the microphone to the panel. So, I'm going to start, Sandeep, with you, as always. You are the one who always reminded us in all of our MICA meetings that we are moving towards user-centered, stakeholder-driven governance. And that's the chapter you wrote. So can you mention what inspired you and what is your chapter about?
Sure, thanks Preeti. And firstly, I must express kudos to the editors, because I was telling Preeti that I was reading the chapter before coming here because, one must. And I found myself scratching my head and saying, did I write this? so clearly the editors have done a great job.
And Sandeep, my favorite thought was telling the MICA Governing Council member, let me tell you how to improve this chapter.
So broadly, I think what my chapter focuses on, it's based on a hypothesis. The hypothesis being that most of our regulatory mechanisms and governance mechanisms that exist in the world today are essentially founded on the concept of the nation state, right? And hence they're primarily oriented to work within a geographic area. So if it's SEBI, it operates in India. If it's the SEC, it operates in the US, and so on and so forth. There have been sporadic attempts with worldwide organizations to create global governance structures. They have mostly failed because they're poorly implementable, because they have to go back to the nation state to implement them, right? Now, the digital world, in my hypothesis, is an anarchist world, right? And it is a world which doesn't take very well to the nation state interfering or trying to tell it what to do. And the nation states find it extremely hard, despite everything that, say, a very strong interventionist state like China tries to do, or any other country tries to do. It is impossible to govern the digital world through those mechanisms because of the portability of data across borders and the impossibility of pursuing effective legal remedies in different geographies where those are hazy. Right? So what you have is an anarchist world where your normal structure cannot govern. What do you do? The proposal that, or the idea that one came up with, is that the only way you can govern in these kind of scenarios is through what is called community-based, peer-based governance, right? So essentially, what you have, so this took inspiration from two areas. One is the open source movement, right? Where instead of the corporations defining what will happen, how will it be structured, how will it be, how will security be enforced, how will it be supported, etc. Communities did it, and they did it very effectively. So you look at if you look at the theory of governance of commons, things which are a common good, right? And then you accept that the internet in many ways is also a common good, right? Then you come upon a model where you say that the only way to implement governance in a digital world is for the community itself to decide what is okay, what is not okay, for there to be a shared understanding of what is okay and what is not okay, for the community to do the actual sort of policing through peer-driven analysis, and for the community to keep refining that as it goes along. And it's essentially you and I agree as to what is generally okay. There will always be outliers, of course. And then we have a peer review mechanism to implement that, and you bring in a kicker through the use of technology, right? Because, and primarily the chapter talks a lot about blockchain technology, because of the fact that it can be used as an extremely good tool to to track things, right? Where did this come from? Where is it going? Who did what? At which stage was an intervention done in the digital world? When you marry peer-based governance models with blockchain technology as an enabler, then you can come up with extremely effective governance mechanisms that work without a state police systems behind it. Right? So that's broadly the idea of, it's kind of imagining how you could do governance in a digital world without relying on the state.
Thank you, Sandeep. I'll go next to Vijay Vishwanathan. And as Sandeep has said, I know your chapters better than you by now.
I don't have to admit it then, you said it. All right.
So Vijay, I'm reminding you that you have an outstanding matrix you have created in your chapter about how now we transform leadership first to govern in a digital world, which is very different in terms of decentralized governance and something we are talking about, which means we have to start with the board level and make sure the board grasps that vision. How do you see the difference between the traditional way of governing market institutions versus now the digital one?
Yeah, so I think first the name of the book is really apt because it says digital age, and sometimes we use the word digital too loosely, like everything is digital. But for me, when we say digital, what that means is electrons carrying information at the speed of light, right? That is digital at the heart of it. So in the digital age, what that means is that everybody has access to information, and there's really what used to be information asymmetry between brands and customers or different stakeholders, all that is slowly sort of reducing right now, right? I don't want to say it's completely gone, but the extent of asymmetry is pretty dramatic. A reduction in asymmetry. Anyway, by the way, I had to go through my chapters. What were the 6 points that I wrote on board governance? So I did not ask ChatGPT, I went to my chapter. So I think the 6 points, the first thing is, I think the basic orientation, where what is the opportunity of the firm when you talk about governance? So if you look at the 20th century models, typically coming from the world of capitalism and Milton Friedman, who spoke about corporate governance, but he said it's about maximizing profits to benefit shareholders, stakeholders, and society. But he started off with the whole premise of maximizing profits. And we know that, while you still want to benefit shareholders and stakeholders in society, that doesn't always happen. And with capitalism, there's always greed. And so I think today we really got to focus on what is the opportunity in terms of inclusive growth. How do we consider broader societal benefits so that we truly, the rising tide lifts all boats? So that's sort of the orientation that I think we should see. From the point of view of values, right? I think Dr. Shade just spoke about values. You can't just prioritize your shareholders, your investors. Typically, they are pretty massive companies who are not really looking out for society, but often for returns and for individual employees. They're managing those funds. And so we really got to look at who's been directly affected by the operations of the firm and who's also been indirectly affected by the operations of the firm. And corporate governance really needs to look at the interests of various stakeholders more broadly. Corporate governance in the 20th century was largely about compliance. It was about, am I following the rules? Am I going to get a rap on my knuckles if I go do something that the SEC or someone else has said that I shouldn't be doing? So it was a lot more like, get the PR folks in and let's see how we can solve the problem, right? That was the sort of the role, very reactive, very conservative, if I could say that. And today we got to think about, how can we really do good? If you really want to be good and do good, then your orientation needs to be completely different. It can't be reactive. It can't be about let's not get in trouble, but really about how can you truly do good. And so that's again, the contrast between the previous century and this. The organization of the boardroom. Okay, let me ask you a question. How many boardrooms do you think have women present in it? I'm saying at least one woman president, at least in the US. What's the percentage? It's less than 5%.
Really? Yes.
Less than 5%.
Even today.
And so, when we read this chapter, yeah, right? So at the time, I went back and fact-checked, and you don't have women on the boardroom. Clearly, you're not looking out for interests of society at large. You don't have people from different parts of society. There's just unequal representation of the customers you serve, the societies you work in, the shareholders who have invested in you. So there's I think, an absolute need for change right now, putting it very mildly right now. I could use stronger words. Right? More importantly is the skill sets of the board members. Yeah. Traditionally, board members have been like, I have industry expertise, I have domain expertise. All right, you're running a fast food company, let's get someone else who ran a fast food company and bring them into the board. Right? So it's always been about, all right, what can we do to maximize profits? Let's get someone here to be more efficient to maximize profits. But today we're saying, someone said digital age, with information flying around everywhere, you're trying to put in a digital infrastructure in your company, more data being shared with different parts of the organization. The skill sets that you need to have in the boardroom are completely different today. So you just can't have domain experts. You need to have people who understand digital, who understand technology, who understand business model innovation. More importantly, you need to have people who are really good at what I call non-market strategies. Right? So traditionally in the boardroom, you have people who really know the market, the customer, the producer, and maybe the place where you sell it. But today when you talk about non-markets, you really got to think about who are the other stakeholders and how do we engage them? How do we bring them in? How do we be more transparent? How do we tell them what we are doing and how it's going to affect their lives? And not just as PR. I think PR gets a bad rap today, and I know I'm in a communication school, but we really got to think about what is the future of PR. PR cannot be about sticking band-aids. PR needs to be about how do we do good. And so there's a big opportunity for us as communicators and marketers to really think about what is our non-market strategy and how do we get a seat in the boardroom to really be heard. Last part is metrics. I think typically I don't know what are corporate governance metrics. Right? When you look at ESG, I know what are environment metrics. I know what society is doing, whether you're doing good. Of course, economists have been measuring consumer surplus or doing good for society. But what are corporate governance metrics and who's measuring them and who's holding them accountable? Right? Is it just firms doing well? Is it firms not getting in trouble with the SEC? Or are there broader metrics to look at? So I think we really need to have a fresh look at the metrics in terms of how do we organize corporate boards and what they do in terms of governance. So that's what my chapter was. I said these are the 6 areas when you look at corporate governance that we need to have a fresh look.
Thank you so much, Vijay. Just for everyone's knowledge, to add to what Vijay just mentioned, California just mandated that in California, all companies must have at least 20% women representation. And I thought there was a typo when I saw the story, because I didn't know that in California, of all states, we don't even have women at 20%. So Sandeep just very proudly shared that India has almost 100% in some of the places in terms of expanded. It's incredible. So let's talk about who needs to develop who. That's my point. With that, I'll come to Professor. I think this mic is on. Can you hear me now? There was an echo coming. One chapter I did not dare to touch was Professor Varsha Jaina, Altaf Merchant. Partly because when we saw the title, we were so excited because the title is about the new model of brand co-governance. And knowing who had worked on it, I had to admit the chapter went as it is, it came in. And there is a brilliant original model that they have developed. So I'll hand over to Professor Varsha Jain. Professor Altaf Merchant couldn't come here because of a family emergency. So please take over.
Thank you, Priti, and congratulations for the book. It's making me very nostalgic, and I go back to what Sandeep and Vijay was saying. It's been 4 years. We don't even remember what we've written 4 days ago. So I really had to literally go through the content before coming for the panel. So I still remember, and I go back to the original discussion when she approached us that why don't you do something? I'm like, what we want to do in governance? It's like very different from what we work on, and how do we contribute? So that's how the idea got emerged. And then I spoke to Altaf, and then he said that let's do something on brand co-governance. I said, yeah, this is something a little bit I can understand because other things are quite difficult. So then we originally started with, in brand governance, where we had the original idea that, okay, how do I define and operationalize and all of that. So the whole idea was that when we talk about brand governance, probably there are 3 different parameters which have to be kept in mind. One is the user, second is the brand itself, and third is the platform. So then when I talk about user, then user themselves, if I ask you, I think somebody asked it, I think Russ, you asked that, is there anybody in the room who doesn't have an Instagram handle? And I don't think there was anyone who doesn't have an Instagram handle. Oh, except for Ashutosh and Greg. And Steve. Yeah, interesting. But he's very active on LinkedIn. So, going back to the question is that why do we need that governance, and why I was discussing that. Because, you know, when you are talking about brand governance, and I had a lot of discussion with Altaf, and I think Parth is also here, that was his first contribution with us, and he was like, how much for a chapter? I'm like, how much? Contribution. So I said, it's not a mere chapter, we'll do something more after that. So, hold on. I think that was his first piece which he wrote with us, and I was really scared that if this is the level of chapter, what else is going to come next. And now he's in 4th year, so almost 4 years. So, anyway, so going back to the user, the point I was making is the user attribute themselves have a different kind of characteristics. I'm sure how Vijay uses Instagram will be different from his son. So it's the same platform. So that's the user attribute, because the characteristics and personas are pretty much reflected on the usage and consumption pattern. And then there is user to user kind of communication which we listed in the framework, where, you know, when you're talking about different set of people, and I'm sure I was doing some research in this country only, and they said, well, we are out of Facebook now because my parents are in. Like, okay. And they are not on Instagram, and we don't invite them for our own set of private settings that we do for the communities. So these are all user attributes which are pretty different from individual to individual usage pattern. Then we have brand to brand communication that we see on Instagram and other channels, where lot of brands, prestige brands, luxury brands, everybody is there on Instagram, and all Falguni would agree that she keeps saying that please have different content on Instagram if you are on Reel and Story and Post, and there's so much going on now in that channel itself. So that is the kind of a brand content that goes, and then brand themselves put the content, then look for engagement, which we talk about, and experience. And then the third level which we spoke about is the platform characteristics, which I just mentioned. So platform characteristics also, I'm sure that there are few of the students from PGP1, they're working on Tinder as a site and they're super excited. So that is very different from Instagram. So again, the platform characteristics, and Russ, you spoke about avatars, so every avatar on platform was different. So that was the third argument that we were making. And interestingly, the reason I asked you that question was about, and Ashutosh might feel about it, this is about the filtering self. So that's one of the moderators that we added to the framework, which is again, how many of you put as it is what you're doing every day on all these channels? Anyone? As it is. Wow. No filtering. Fantastic. Amazing. Yeah, this is amazing because filtering means that I don't want to, I think Russ, you made this comment at the beginning of the keynote that, you don't want to put everything, but it's like the persona which you want to reflect, that goes on the channel. So that's the filtering which everybody does, which is what we found in most of our studies, that the narratives are not as it is, but it's a kind of avatar which is there on Tinder, is different from Instagram, is different from LinkedIn, and I want to portray myself in a specific way, and that is the sort of a content which you want to reflect, not something else. So.
I was just about to observe that there is no filtering individual in this world, unless there's an ascetic in the Himalayas perhaps. Right? Because all of us have a certain persona that we present to the outside world. It is the same persona that reflects itself through our social media. It just amplifies.
Yeah, so in that model, the way we backed it up with a lot of studies, narrative cells as well, which Russ and I worked upon, and this is what we found. I mean, this is not me talking, because this was not an opinion piece. This was more empirically tested in this country itself. And they said that every channel and persona has to be different. So I have not operationalized the model yet because it is conceptual. I will have to back it up with the data to support the filtering part of it. But narrative cells definitely we worked upon, and that was found to be significant. So that was one of the moderators which we ideated as a conceptual model. And then the regulations, which is again, we had a lot of discussion, Altaf and I, and regulations for every country, every continent is very different, which is where the content that goes on those platforms are different. So ultimately all this gamut is actually affecting the overall experience of the brand or the user, which is the argument which we are making, and thereby affecting the engagement at different levels: cognition, coordination, sensorial, co-creation. I think Steve, you spoke about co-creation. So everything is being hampered at all the levels, and all those relationships are yet to be tested. Maybe what you're saying might be insignificant. I will have to chop that entire variable, which I'm not sure about. So this is the whole area, and then finally we ended up saying that all these examples coming from different industries, whether it is Myntra, Amazon, and all the brands, the issue is about the brand governance was about that how do I not only post, but then if something is posted, then the problem is how it has been interpreted by my TG. Maybe I don't have the intention, so it goes back to, that Mangalsutra kind of campaign, which was pretty viral. And that was not even the intention of the brand, that the usage is different, okay, fine, but everybody got hurt with the sentiment. So that is something which is again to do with how I put the content, and then how Sabyasachi actually had to go back and then rework on that PR. Sometimes for KFC, when there was a supply chain issue in the UK, they worked on it and it became a PR. So from crisis to PR, but sometimes it doesn't work. So the whole point about the brand governance is revolving around all these three parameters and how it will get involved in terms of the experience.
No, it's your panel. So Sandeep, I'm going to come back to you now, the follow-up question. He's going to respond. He's the genius who is taking notes. Because I'm not. Okay, so everyone, this is live example. When I was the dean, I was being instructed by my faculty all the time. Nothing has changed for good. I'm happy that we have collaborative governance here. But Sandeep, different organizations and brands, whether education institutions, they do have to navigate the human governance and the digital governance part, because as we were discussing in the previous panel, things are evolving rapidly. What you thought you knew yesterday, today you're obsolete. So how do we build capacity? And you are the managing director of a technology company. What are some of the opportunities and what are some of the challenges in building capacity for governing for future?
So I think the point to bear in mind is that we tend to make these silos, right? The digital world, the physical world, the human world, the personal world. I think what's increasingly happening is we have to accept that those lines are getting completely blurred. And hence the lives we lead are not necessarily compartmentalized separately. The good part about that, I think, is that there is a great deal of democratization that this brings about, because when you look at people who are living on the digital world and you also contextualize them as working inside a corporate, behaving in a certain way inside their families, etc., the only way you can form frameworks that work across these lives is if you bring in democratized kind of models of governance, right? And here we are starting to get broader about governance in terms of, they also include ethical and moral frameworks, right? And hence, to my mind, the only way to build capacity for this is now for, every form of education that starts with including engineering, technical education, management education, and even school education, to start bringing in these concepts of how do you self-govern into the kind of thinking process. And the advantage is that with AI and communities being kind of all over the place, is that you can actually start bringing those concepts into every field of education, right? And I think one important thing also to kind of bear in mind is that there's a difference between networks and communities. Essentially networks tend to be people who are broadly interested in a common topic, but communities also have shared values, right? And hence this goes back to building shared value systems and enabling self-governance. I'm not a great proponent of setting down rules and policing people over everything, right? I think you have to enable people to self-govern, and the capacity building should come from that perspective. That's my sense.
That is a huge mindset shift and policy and process shift that you're indicating. Vijay, do you want to respond to that? How you are as the associate dean in education arena, given the complexity of academic governance, navigating, especially digital capacity?
I think it comes down to leadership, but I think the leadership paradigm has to be slightly different. I think, we are seeing this increasingly, right? So many CEOs are now from India and other parts of Asia right now. And if you see their style of leadership, it's very different from what I would say the Jack Welch, Neutron Jack as he was called. I don't know if that would work in today's day and age, given what people want to do. I think there's a saying that, to be a leader, you need to have followers. And I couldn't disagree more with that. I think as a leader, what you need to do is create more new leaders. And you've got to enable them. And I think that's the thing, because we are going into uncharted territory here, especially when it comes to digital. The things that we're able to do now were all things that we tried before. Like, even if you talk about AI, this is the third version of AI, right? This is like AI 1.0 was with Turing and then died, and AI 2.0 was what we call expert systems, and then it died. And now we're coming back with AI, and the things we're able to do now with AI is like unimaginable. And I think if we are not ready for the future in terms of what is possible, and hence how do we develop leaders for the future, I think we'll sort of lose the plot here, and we're going to get into that world of anarchy, that anarchist world that Sandeep just spoke about. So I think we've got to find more leaders and more shared values and bring them and enable them and empower them. I think that's the only way to build capacity, but before that, I would say we need capability. You've seen that in the meetings I've said, that we cannot build capacity without building capability. So first we need more capable leaders, and then we got to figure out how to empower them to scale and build capacity.
It's always Ashutosh is always in demand. Professor Ashutosh. So if we have to live in a world where countries are fighting each other, where brands, while on one hand have to serve all customers, brands cannot ignore the politics, geopolitics that is unfolding. So given that kind of crossroads that we are standing in, and based on what Sandeep and Varsha and Vijay have talked about in terms of co-governance and peer-driven governance, what is it that you think we need to bring in classrooms to excite our learners, because they can know everything from ChatGPT and from their own experiences? How do we create future leaders, and what kind of innovations are absolutely essential for educators to recognize?
Thank you, Preeti. I've sat in these classrooms where I go to teach, and one of the things that I realized as a student was that I just didn't learn from the lectures and the books that were shared with me, but also outside the class. And bulk of my learnings that remained with me were the learnings outside the class. So the hostels and everything that happens, which is curricular as well, but everything that happens outside the class as well. Now, having said that, to answer Preeti's question, it is extremely important that while what we are delivering in the class is backed by our actions as well. And here I'm compelled actually to talk about the work that Shailendra, Preeti and I did on this particular chapter in this book, where, just to give you a background, in 2017 I joined MICA full-time. 19, I was made the PGP chair, the program chair, and come 20, we had COVID. And there was lockdown and all of that. Now, the leadership was faced with this challenge of how to teach with lockdown in place. We, of course, the first thing that we did, the empathetic culture that MICA has, the first thing that we did was we kind of reached out to our learners and to understand what is it that they're going through. Some of that was predictable. All of us were actually going through the same thing. We were facing the pandemic. But more than that, when we spoke to our learners, we realized that there were all sorts of problems that they were facing because they were in remote locations. Forget about internet, there were challenges about electricity, there were challenges about space. People were actually having a one-room flat in Mumbai. They didn't have a separate space to take classes. So there were so many challenges that we were not aware of when our students were on campus. So when we learned from them, we realized that if we were to come out with some sort of a governance model here in the educational space, we need to look at what is it that is the demand. And when we took an empathetic view on that, we divided the entire lecture of 75 minutes into two parts, 45 minutes of live lecture and 30 minutes of recorded content. This is easier said than done, because when we took this idea to our students, they quite liked it, because the condition was that the 30-minute pre-recorded content would reach our students' mailbox 24 hours before the 45-minute live discussion that would happen in Zoom. We also broke down the section size. We brought it down to 36 so that we can have more one-to-one interaction in the 45-minute live session that we were to do. But then when we took this to the faculty, you can understand, we teach approximately 1,000 hours of content in 2 years, which meant, and these are faculty members which are in-house, which are adjunct, and who are visiting. Now, imagine, all those faculty members were also facing the same challenges that our learners were facing. It was a pandemic time. And over and above them, we said that, can we look at a different model of delivery? Can we convert each lecture into 30 plus 45? and we were blown away by the support that we got once everybody understood the ask. It was, of course, we couldn't use the best of technology, whatever was available. Our faculty members used Zoom, used Google Meets, used whatever to record those lectures, but made sure that all the content was converted into 30 plus 45. The concepts had reached the mailbox of our students 1 day before they were actually supposed to discuss it live. Now, when this happened, the response, we did a post study to find out how was it accepted and how did it go. You'll be surprised that this was implemented during the lockdown year. The year when the lockdown was lifted and we had a bio bubble here, the students insisted on continuing this model of learning. And for us, this was very scalable because we already had the recordings of the previous 1,000 hours that we had taught. Of course, there were faculty members who had to modify it, but then we had some reference point to begin with. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that once you have the learner with you in the journey, I think the learning becomes a far more enriching and a mutual process. And when we are teaching, whether it is model of brand governance or corporate governance, I think it is extremely important that we involve our learners, whether inside the class or outside the class, in these conversations, so that there is a sense of not just co-creation, but even a co-ownership. And I think that is what made the difference in our particular case. I mean, hats off to what you thought and what Shailendra thought, but I think hats off to the entire MICA community, the way they came up and met this challenge. We've presented this across the world, this model across the world, and it's now been documented in this book. Believe me, wherever we went, everybody just appreciated it so much, because the easiest thing to do was move the 75-minute lecture to the online mode. That was the easiest thing, and actually most institutions did that. But then we took a different approach. Thank you.
Yes, Sandeep, go ahead.
Just wanted to add a point on how do corporates negotiate. It's very interesting because we've all been trained classically. I mean, I was trained at IBM, as conservative as it gets, to avoid taking a stand in terms of brand governance on matters which are connected to value systems, right? So if it's to do with ideology, if it's to do with religion, just stay away from it, right? But the fact of the matter is, today we live in a deeply polarized world. I mean, Jack Welch, we also live in a world where Elon Musk walks into a room carrying a wash basin and says, let that sink in, right? So I personally believe, I'm prone to saying contrarian things, I personally believe that in terms of brand governance frameworks, the tendency to stay away and not pick a side perhaps is no longer viable, right? Now, great examples are, if you take a Titan ad, which essentially takes a stand and says that I will celebrate a lesbian relationship, right? Or if you take any corporate ad which takes a stand on a very contentious issue like, say, the Israel conflict. Yes, you're going to lose a few people, but you're going to get very tight relationships with another set of people. And not taking a stand is going to make you nobody's friend in the world that, I mean, that's just the world we're entering into. And hence, I think brand governance frameworks would do well to really think of whether they want to adopt a value system and really be willing to wear that on their sleeves in terms of brand governance.
Sandeep, I'm so glad, and this is the reason we are fortunate to have you always as the governing council member to remind us that in today's world, consumers expect you to take a stand, because we are all consumers as well, right? Employees expect you to take a stand. So that era of trying to stay away or cover up, and I was at Reuters conference in New York, Vijay, you know this, I attend it every year, where all the top CEOs of American companies were there to discuss the future leadership. And they all said, unequivocally across the board, what you are saying, that no longer as brands, we can say we are neutral. You will lose some people, you will win, but you have to have a stand because that authenticity is expected. The way greenwashing no longer will work, right? Emotional washing also will not work. So I think, great point. Thank you so much. Professor Varsha, do you want to add in terms of how, based on what Ashutosh was saying, what are some of the things that we do need to be very aware of as ChatGPT era educators? And after that, I'll move to the audience.
Sure, thank you. So responding to what Ashutosh was mentioning about the usage of ChatGPT in the learning arena and ecosystem, I go back and refer to my work while he was working on pedagogy. We were trying to co-create knowledge and we were discussing a lot that when the problem arises, and I think we mentioned that in the opening of this conference as well, B2C, I'm mentioning that burning issues doesn't even come with the industry but may also come to the society from our own experiences. And we were having this issue that what you mentioned, that how to move from offline to online. I've never used Zoom as a mode of delivery. Yeah, we all learned during that process and we were all juggling. So during that juggle, as a scholar, as a researcher, I thought that it would be a good idea to go back to all these learners, students, technology enablers, and learn from them and co-create a solution around it. So with that, we came up with that edited book on higher education in that integrated format, which we published with Macmillan UK, and 4 papers around that. Because those was the period and the whole idea, that was the only non-marketing work which I've ever done in my life. But the whole point was that during that process, when we came up with all these outcomes, all the directors, deans, we did 4-country study, Nigeria, I think Emmanuel was also there, and yeah, so Nigeria, UK, India and Mexico. So we interviewed a lot of people all across the globe and we're trying to figure out that what is going on with this all advent of technology changes. And interestingly, what we found is that, going back to what Sandeep was saying, you take a stance in terms of who you are and going back to your own identity creation. Everybody whom I interviewed, whether it was IITs, IIMs, directors as well, and they were all supportive because during that time when the juggle was going on, they gave me proper time for the interviews as well. And what are you doing now? I said, I'm trying to find out the solution. So the solution was, every entity, university, institution that we went through, the head of the institution primarily, they said that given the entire demand which is there in the market and the opportunity, which we spoke about opportunity a lot, we need to set up the expectation first and then determine the identity. For instance, I'll give you an example. IIM Indore, they said we just focus on sustainability for the next 4 years. That's how the process is. IITs would say, IIT Delhi, yes, remember Professor Rao, he was mentioning that my only go-to identity and take a stance is that help the people with the technology so that I can save the lives of this many people. So the point is that you determine depending upon the demand which is there and the opportunity that exists, and also I think Steve, you mentioned how to make individuals' life better with technology and the quality of the life of the individuals and society while we are juggling with all these parameters, so that it's not only the businesses and ecosystems that can be nurtured, but also the human aspect which can be more elevated further in terms of their quality of life with the advent of technology. So I think with that, and then the last bit on ChatGPT as a closing remark, I think most of the editors, we did the editor panel and we spoke about it in terms of education. There is, and I think Himanshu also spoke about that in the branding panel which Falguni was moderating. He mentioned very clearly, and I agree with all of those points, is that use ChatGPT. I mean, we use calculators, the same thing is happening with ChatGPT. The more you use, the better you would become. And I think the whole idea is the usage of technology would make us better learners. And I think in the last panel also, which you moderated, Ashutosh, the same thing came out, that use more AI. In order to give a solution to AI, you need to get into the space of AI and provide the solution so that, you know, it can be used, but yes, the question is, it has to be ethical. Whatever you are using, it should not be that the ChatGPT becomes the co-author, as we always say. So that's it. Thank you.
I think we should have put a fifth chair for AI to be present and respond to all of this. I'm sure somewhere everything is being recorded. Google will have the answer or Siri will answer. So we started a little late. Do I have 5-10 minutes for questions? I'm asking for permission. One question. Wow.
One question.
I have a question. So the Oscar goes to you.
I have to ask this. So,
I'm so glad someone's excited about this topic.
okay. Hi everyone, and this is an open question. Anybody can answer. Whatever we have discussed about around digital governance specifically, this might go a little out of scope, but I am concerned about digital privacy as well, which is very intrinsically connected with digital governance. And as we know, digital governance in and of itself is not a monolith. It is not homogenizing, in the sense that every individual or community has a specific social situation or a context, and that sort of doesn't go like a one-size-fits-all rule doesn't go with that. And with that, the privacy concerns are also very much visible, because the digital space also opens up those ways in which these different communities sort of express themselves, communicate, build their identities, etc. So I want to understand, and this can be taken up further, that how do we understand digital governance in a way that digital privacy for different sections are also kept in mind, and it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. It's more nuanced and it's more like holistic in that sense. So that's my question. And ma'am, was digital privacy something that you addressed in the book?
Across all chapters you will see.
Oh, absolutely. I'll read it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll let the wise people answer this because it's a very delicate balance. Vijay, go ahead.
I'll be controversial.
Please land on controversial
I got my
notes.
flight and I can run, but privacy, there's nothing like privacy. There's nothing like privacy. People who want to know about you know about you. I think you have some control over what they can do to you or influence you, but say goodbye to your data. It's gone. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
But I'm covering this topic in my talk after this, so I'm not going to kind of get ahead of myself. But I would essentially say I used to be in this business. There is nothing called privacy. What's euphemistically called personalization engines know more about us today than perhaps we know about ourselves, simply because they have an ability to look past our filters as well, right? And when you add AI to that turbocharged mix, so when you scrape data of what kind of your lab reports come in through email, it's being read. You're talking, your microphone's picking up stuff. You're looking for medicines, it's being scanned. You're having a bout of mental health issues and you talk to someone, it is being seen. And then you add AI's ability to aggregate all this. And it is just insane, the amount of information that is available out there in the world. There's an example that I will not bring up now, which is so scary. But the reality of this is that we should stop expecting that there is going to be any form. I mean, privacy, this data is the gold on which this entire economy runs, right? So that's one aspect of it. All we can put together is some form of guidelines around how that can and cannot be used to affect you back in turn. The fact that they know things about you is a given, right? Now there it comes back to what I spoke about, which is your community base. So if you are going to be a online community, that community then decides the guidelines of what's okay and what's not okay. Look, this has happened with Facebook. When Facebook overstepped the line and started pulling the level of data that the community was not comfortable with, it led to the decline of the platform, right? So it is possible for communities with shared values to assert pressure back onto the ecosystem, but it's always going to be a tug of war. That's one. Number two, we have multiple communities which have, and I'm going to say something controversial, which have a tendency to believe that they are special, right? Sorry, the internet world doesn't treat anyone as special, right? So unless you are able to organize and assert pressure back in good enough numbers that make economic sense, it's probably not going to work that way. That's the reality.
Ashutosh, you have the last word, as always. No controversy. All right, so let's clap for our panel. I'm going to invite you also for the book launch. So this is the finally, after 4.5 years, we can actually now launch the book. Bart, please come. All of us have a book. Gita, please come on stage.
So do we kind of pair this open?
Let's go. Chaotic governance. I already.
That's for you.
We have 15 copies. I just want everyone to know that when the book was released in North American market for $280, so I paid that. And now South Asian copy is available for $25. It's a market.
95. It's 95.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is such a stage where our ex-team contributed a lot to MICA, and with the hope that I request our new dean, Rita Hegde, to please give a moment to our ex-team, Preeti Shaw.
Thank you so much. I'll take your moment. Get your see you soon. Thank you.
We have 15 minutes of tea break, and then you can join us for the closing ceremony where we'll declare awards for the paper presentations today.
और पिवानी चाहिए तुम्हारा नहीं पिवाएंगे अगर खास भी बनाएगा बैठा बैठा काज करो कहने के स्पेशल मां ने सूरत की बुलाया मैंने बाथरूम लागे बाथरूम करा दिया तो मुझे बड़ा बेचारा कहना बैठा है कि इस बेसा मोटे हमने बुलाया सूरत में से आपने शू करा आपने शू करा स्पेशल बुलाया आराम करा भाई ना एमने क्या आराम करो ठीक है एमने छे हमने आराम नहीं हमने मजे करा बोला चलो है ना चलो वो तो तैयार नहीं बैठे बताओ
नहीं कर सकता मैं पब्लिक डोमेन में
अगर ब्रेक है तो फिर निकल जाएगा
आगे का भी सवाल है, क्या कर रहे हैं?
इनको नहीं बोल सकते हम।
वो बैठ जाएंगे। डॉक्टर साहब
अरे यार क्यों मेरा टाइम वेस्ट करवा
चालू कर अच्छा मुझे सबने बोला सिर्फ रिसर्च एनालिस्ट इज द बेस्ट
हमारे जुड़े जा रहे हो। थैंक यू। तुम्हारे जो तो मित्र
section of the day has been drawn curtains to our wonderful conference that led a global phenomena. And I request, this time I'm not going to speak much, but I've given this responsibilities to Anita ma'am and Shubhra ma'am. In the entire day, we were talking about innovations and disruptions together. But why not to talk them in separate patterns? So I request Professor Anita to please summarize the theme on innovations. But before she summarizes, she graciously accepted the invitation. Therefore, I request Professor Amit to please thank her with a memento.
I will definitely get the memento. Thanks for
it was one of the difficult tasks to look at entire conference and then summarize it. Over to you, Anita ma'am, and please introduce our next speaker as well.
Guys, good evening. Am I audible? First of all, a big congratulations to all the presenters, panelists, and the audience as well as the organizers, because this has been a fantastic conference yesterday and today that I have attended. Of course, when Parth asked me to do it, I wish I was AI. Because I don't think, yeah, I'm A, but I'm taking this, borrowing this from CJ showing. I have an A, but I is a little far away after N, so it's a little difficult. So I don't think I'll be doing exactly what is summarizing of innovations. Instead, I thought I'll borrow one word that Professor Belk mentioned. I have a lot of psychological possessions of my readings and people who present, they're mine now. Okay, so I'll just talk very few of them because I know we have fantastic two speakers who are going to speak. So my psychological possessions. I love the finding faces example. Okay, of course there are various ways in which we can look at that. I loved what Jyotika asked also in terms of the question. So I'm saying what actually gets inspired from any study, any presentation is also equally important. That was one thing that is a takeaway. It's an innovative thing towards something bigger, greater, whatever. I liked one of the panel discussions that Professor Falguni was moderating, what the director Himanshu Rai mentioned. I love the fact that he did mention usage of AI in a one district, one product situation. He managed to kind of get the chicken curry workers to grow by 30% using AI. So I went to him and asked him, how did you use it, right? So if we're using AI, let's look at the outcome as well. But of course, we have to do a lot of theory and conversations and a lot of armchair talking also before we reach there. I completely agree as an academician. But yes, I love that output that he mentioned. I was a little scared when he mentioned that they're collecting all student data points. Even as a faculty, I would hate if there is a swipe card, which is there. I think many of us allude to this thought. To kind of make it convenient for people, if you're collecting data, it is good. But I'm also scared when Sandeep and both Sanjay said that, Vijay said there is just no privacy. Of course, it's a little scary. All of us know about dark web, but yes, that scary world we are living in. Some presentations, of course, I attended. I saw the titles of the tracks and the presentations made. I know innovations like fintech, quick commerce, healthcare, and a lot more are there. Okay, when we're talking about innovation, it's not necessarily that you have to be the first and new to the world, right? Segway was the first somewhere. Even a PC that was first has become a skeleton, and somebody else actually improved and did a better thing, which became a value innovation. I don't think we can stop at innovation. Innovation can be anything. Eureka moment, we do a small thing which is useless, that also can be an innovation. But it doesn't mean that we should stop doing that. But we should kind of look at what could become value innovation at the end of the day. Disruptive innovations, I like the title Navigating Disruptions, but I don't like disruptive brands, disruptive innovations, because it's going to kind of put off a lot of communities, a lot of existing processes without giving them time to look at alternative existences, right? So my summary of innovations is just this. Of course, yesterday's panel discussion where Professor Suresh Malodia kind of moderated, there were nuggets of wisdom that came out of that panel discussion as well. Uncertainty is the mother of all innovations, and a lot of questions asked, and the example of Mercedes, if everybody who's buying a Mercedes is the same segment which was contested, of course from a business point of view, that lens will tell you something else, but from a humanitarian point of view, it means a lot different. I think that differences we understand, and of course that's how we love to be in this place called MICA, which help different kind of people exist, appreciate, and do well. Okay, so with this, let me kind of conclude the talking part of it, which is supposedly not summarizing, but this is just about a quick psychological position, taking that word from Professor Belk. This is marketing in the digital age, the conference, right? Marketing will continue to be creating, communicating, and delivering value. And innovation is a part of that value. And value is benefit divided by cost. For even 200, 300 years later, I'm sure it's going to be the same. So let's also respect what exists and what is done very well and which is still relevant. And then let's move ahead and do good to the world. Thank you for being a fantastic audience. Now, with this, Mr. Sandeep Menon actually is a governing council member since the last 10 plus years. When I was admissions chair, I think I presented to the governing council. I remember Mr. Madhukar Kamath was there and he asked a few questions and defended some when Dr. Bhaskar Das asked me some questions, okay? I remember him from those days.
And the first batch.
First batch Michael, yes. And today I get an opportunity to introduce him. And this was a well-written thing that Parth gave me. Parth, thank you so much. Otherwise, usually I make my own description of people. This was very well written, so I thought I'll use this. Okay. So I am going to read it because it kind of segues into the talk that he's going to get into in a bit. So he's currently, of course, the managing director at Vocato in Bangalore, based out of Bangalore. He was introduced and we have heard him a while ago. He started his career in advertising and media after passing out of MICA in 1996. Along the way, he shifted to the tech industry, first in marketing, then sales, and finally moving to P&L management of large divisions at IBM, Novell, and Cognizant. So useful right now. I think we should pick his brain more now that I'm emphasizing on this. In his own words, he has always enjoyed dangerously surfing the next big wave. Precariously, balancing on the intersection points of tech and media naturally led him to expertise in digital technologies and now to AI, the right person to be here. He's currently India MD of Vocato, which is one of the world's leading AI and automation companies. Vocato is headquartered out of Mountain View, California, and works with leading companies across the globe. It has moved from hot startup to one of the world's leading enterprise automation and AI platforms in just a few years. Having seen this landscape across several decades, he's uniquely qualified to give us an insight into how the world of marketing and tech have intersected over the years. So this is his fantastic introduction which is there. I'm sure he has a lot more as a person because I do know that he is fond of bird watching and has done a lot of talking about the kind of birds which are there in my actual birds, right? So, that is fun. I do follow sometimes his LinkedIn talking. I don't know where this word called as nostalgia came in. Siddharth talked about it, you talked about it. I looked up all of that. So there are interesting nuggets sometimes people write on their posts and all. So do look up if this interested you, especially for those of you who are non-Micans and the guests from outside. This is for you because Micans know him very well. Thank you so much and welcome.
Okay, it's great to be back. Thank you so much for being here. The hall has still got people in it. That's amazing. Thank you. Well, you know, I must confess that I have no clue how I got here, right? Somehow I'm in this position where I have to try and say something intelligent at the end of 3 days, where the top minds have sat and discussed everything that there is to be said. And I think it's just kudos to Varsha's negotiation skills where she did. I actually called her because I was on a panel and I was trying to slip out of it. So I said, Varsha, I don't think I should do that. And she readily agreed, yes, I don't think you should do that. Then she said, no, I think you must give us. So here I am. I'm not even going to try and, add any great insights or knowledge or anything. All I'm going to try and do is, I've spent too many years, more than I care to reveal in this industry. And one has seen a lot of shifts, right? Things have changed. And one makes observations around the way. Okay? And all I'd like to do is to share some of those observations and the thoughts that it leaves behind in the minds of a working professional like me, and maybe that's useful for some of us, right? Okay, so let's talk about some of the trends and shifts that we've seen emerging in this world where marketing and tech have been intersecting. So, as always, I'm going to say a few contrarian and contradictory things, and the disclaimer, these are mostly opinions and experiences, especially to the previous panel, because I found myself disagreeing with some of the things they were saying, right, and I will contradict that. So the first kind of nugget that I'd like to share with all of you, especially the students in the room, is that we may think that marketing is embracing tech very, very fast, right? But is that the reality on the field? I would pose to you that it is not. My first hypothesis is that when it comes to technical adoption, marketing is actually a laggard division in the world of business, right? This is counterintuitive, but it is true. Just look at the landscape of tech adoption by various business processes. There was a time when ERP and supply chain management came in, it completely revolutionized manufacturing. Customer relationship customer management completely revolutionized by CRM software, right? Finance, people operations, all of them automated, adopted tech heavily. Guess who held out till the very end? Marketing, right? And why is that, right? Marketing held out till the very end because of certain specific reasons. Now what is happening is that marketing is being forced to adopt tech, kicking and screaming, right? They're literally being dragged into the tech world. Why? Because every business has become a tech business. All our lives have got digitized. So if marketing has to work in this world, they have to adopt technology. And hence they're being dragged, kicking and screaming into this. What does this translate into? What this translates into when you go into the field is that you will find several senior marketing leaders having very astute conversations about technology, digital marketing, etc. And the nugget I'd like to share with you is that 70% of them deep down have no clue what they're talking about. This is the reality, right? They don't understand it, they're woefully unprepared for it, and they're essentially just talking the talk because they're feeling insecure. Now what we need to understand is that this is an opportunity, right? Most senior people have the wrong impression, and I've had this conversation with colleagues, yaar mujhe 2 social media digital marketing youngsters dila de, right? Which means, I tend to lapse into colloquial, but I'll explain. Most of them come and say, can we find a couple of youngsters who essentially understand social media and digital marketing? They think hiring them will fix the issue. No, it will not. There is an absolute urgent need to technically upskill senior management in marketing. And that is an opportunity that is available to MICA today. And we should very urgently look at it because there is a large amount of insecurity among senior management when it comes to intersections of technology and marketing. Oh dear, where is the speaker now?
Yeah. You know, we're so schizophrenic. AI can do everything, but we still can't get a presentation to run. Now, one of the key reasons why marketing has resisted technology adoption is because of this. Because technology brings with it measurability, and measurability brings with it accountability. Now, if you are living in this twilight zone where you get large budgets and you can spend it with absolutely very little accountability, someone comes and asks you, you spent 5 crores on this campaign. Yeah, you know, this is for long-term brand equity. You guys don't understand. Marketing got away with this for a long, long time, right? And unfortunately, the moment tech comes in, it's very hard to continue to get away with it. And this, I believe, is one of the primary reasons why marketing resisted the adoption of technology. However, what that does is this, right? This beast called performance marketing. I mean, I dislike this beast. It's a necessary beast, right? When we started working in the marketing field, 20 to 25% of the budget used to be assigned to performance marketing, which essentially meant lead generation. Those days it was direct mail, events, all that kind of stuff. 60 to 70% used to be spent on brand equity, brand building, campaign strategy, assigning the right values to brand strength, all that kind of good stuff. Today it's exactly inverted. There are large organizations where 80 to 90% of their budgets is spent on pure performance marketing. They have separate performance marketing divisions, separate performance marketing leaders. They get a lion's share of the budget. Why is that? It's because when traditional marketing resists measurability, the management and the CFO who controls the purse strings just jumps to the thing that is easily measurable and says, put it in performance marketing. So what I would kind of convey as an insight is that if we don't want to fall in this trap, what we as marketers have to do is to be able to take traditional and emerging measurement models, apply them to traditional marketing as well. Embrace it, don't resist it, right? If you want to get a budget for long-term brand equity building, find a way to measure pre, post, find a way to justify why that spend makes sense to a business. And trust me, there is nothing more powerful than ROI in a business. However much of a bad word it is, once you become a business person who is managing budgets, you will realize that business justification is everything, right? And measurement allows you to do that. Okay, that is why it is important to embrace this beast. Now the elephant in the room, the rise of AI. Are all our jobs on the line? Well, what's the traditional narrative? That is not true. This keeps happening. New technologies come. They take away a degree of manual work. Human beings just layer up to do more and more complex tasks. This is the same. There are going to be no job losses. I'm not so sure. I have news for you. Many jobs are going to be lost. That's my position. We'll talk in 10 years' time, right? And the reason I say this is because, look, yes, it's an organic process. AI is not something that suddenly happened today. It's just different names, right? Essentially what it is automation. It starts at the bottom of the pyramid. It automates manual labor. Then it goes into, it automates repetitive tasks. Now it's reaching the top of the pyramid. It is not just automating things to do, it's automating your thinking process, right? It is doing thinking for you. There is very little headroom left on top. Sure, when 10 jobs go away, it will generate 2 jobs of prompt engineers, etc. But that's still not an equal proportion, right? And just to kind of give you a sense of how real this is, and look, while I was noticing that when many questions were being asked, people were saying, AI can't do this today. Today. That's the operational world, right? We have to keep in mind that this is an infant technology even now. If it can do so much today, right? Just imagine where it's going, and something that every 6 months is changing its color completely, right? So this is it would be a mistake to underestimate it and say that, look, this is just a tool that we can use, right? How many of you have seen this clip of a movie called The Heist? Not Money Heist, Heist. Okay, let me try and show you this clip, okay? I'm going to try and switch and... It's very interesting. I'll show it to you and then let me ask you what you think of it.
Well, looks like we got a new king of video.
Okay, tell me what's special about this. Any guesses?
There's no bag with him. The bag is inside the car.
The bag is inside the car. Good observation. So here's the reality. This entire clip was made with no actors, no cameraman, no sets, no cinematographer, no editor. One person sitting on Google VEO2 and giving prompt commands. Right? This is AI at its infancy. Embrace creativity, your creative jobs are not going to go away. Right? So, we are truly entering a scenario where essentially you are going to lose jobs. You're going to lose cameramen, you're going to lose actors, you're going to lose content writers. Some will remain, someone needs to oversee it, someone needs to edit it, but that's 2 people, not 10 people. And I think we're going to have this massive social problem where you have a lot of people with nothing to do. And then people will come up with the concept that's already being talked about, which is a universal basic income. Right?
The face of the actor keeps on changing.
Yes. In fact, it's very, very initial tech, right? But once it's possible, then refining is hoga. Dress change little bit, face change and all, but 6 months it will be a different beast, right? Now what you're going to have is a situation where universal basic income becomes a reality. And then, as we've already seen in societies where people have a lot of leisure time and their money is taken care of, what typically happens to them? They descend into chaos, right? There's all kind of... The human mind it requires purpose and something to get up every day and do. And if that is not there, you're going to have a massive social change management issue on your hands, which again is an opportunity for research and educational institutions to look at. How are we going to navigate the social change management scenario in the context of this upcoming change. Right? Let me just try and get this for some reason. So this is, I think this is really, a scary aspect of what we're seeing, and okay, we're up and running. Now here it gets more scary. Remember where I was talking about there's something called privacy? It's even worse. I was listening to a podcast by someone who worked in the life insurance industry in the US. Already all of us know that the amount of data that is available under the name of personalization is immense, right? Just look at this cocktail. Lab reports are coming into you, your health status is known. You go by medicines, it knows what you're seeking. You have a conversation with a friend, it knows what your life position is. You consume porn on the net, it knows what your sexual preference is, right? All of this information, you go do it's becoming very popular to do DNA tests. You go and do a DNA test, your genetic information is available, right? Now throw AI into this mix in terms of something that can look at large amounts of data and synthesize information from it. As we speak, there was someone in the life insurance industry who was telling me that they were able to predict with a 96% probability the date on which you and I would die. Right? And he said, I left my job the day I started seeing scenes like two people coming into my office, high-fiving each other and saying, remember that woman that I said 386 months? 384 and she's gone. This is the level of invasion of privacy that we are looking at, right? And I think this is a scary, scary beast coming up, and unless there is very, very strong regulation and governance that is instituted, this is going to go berserk, right? This is information that is publicly available. I mean, people have this information about you already, when you're going to die. I don't want to know. What if it gets revealed to me inadvertently, right? The only way, I mean, we don't even know if this can be managed, but I think there is a huge opportunity for people who are forming policy, forming regulation, making recommendations to government to look at this and say, look, how are we going to manage this? Because this is already the case. Yeah. What are some of the things that we as marketers can do already? One is, I would say, what I say to my teams, and sometimes there's a lot of pushback. A, avoid the lure of transactional engagements, right? And I say this with an eye on effectivity. Look, all of our lives have become extremely transactional, whether we realize it or not. Forget the swipe left side, that culture that is there, right? But even a organic process of going out and buying fruits and vegetables, right? I would philosophically tell you or propose to you that if you were to go to a market, talk to the vendor, take that fruit in your hand, assess it, and then buy it. For a fleeting moment, there is a relationship there, right? There is an interaction there. What do we do today? We order a bag of oranges online, it lands up at home, we make do with it whatever it is, right? Hence we are hyper-transactional. And what is happening is that there is an increasing sort of tiredness with this transactional engagement. Human beings are feeling tired of it, right? And as marketers, instead of continuing to kind of push that dopamine fried brain to get fried more and more, you give them an option to build long-term engagement with your brand based on emotions. There is still a huge market opportunity of effectiveness for that. And that's something I think is worth considering. The other suggestion I would give is stop pandering to declining attention spans. I can't believe the number of times people come and say it has to be 10 seconds, Gen XYZ will not watch it. Nope. You make it good enough. There is a yearning in people for meaningful connections. They will consume it, right? So let us not give in to the popular narrative that make it short, make it transactional. These are some of the things that we can do. Okay, so if it is all that scary, who are the unlikely superheroes who are going to save us from AI? Any guesses? Look, I was having this conversation with another MICA. They're talking, AI is doing all this stuff, etc., etc. His 18-year-old daughter was listening. She said, but listen, whatever it is at the end of the day, AI can only take the existing knowledge we feed to it and aggregate it and respond to it, right? And hence, there is always going to be a need for human beings to add net new knowledge on top. And that is how we continue to be the dominant race. And who adds net new knowledge to the world? Academicians. So your unlikely superheroes are your profs. Having said that, I must also admit that it is a temporary phase where we will have this. The reason is this opinion that AI cannot add net new knowledge is also based on current realities. Look, there have been two inflection points in AI if you really look at it, right? The first inflection point was when AI moved from data science and analytics into the large language model world, LLMs. Suddenly it started being able to do a lot more, and in the process it ended up making the very data scientists who created it redundant. The next inflection point is going to come when AI is able to look at large levels of knowledge, apply neural programming to it, and come up with new knowledge. And whether we like it or not, that is going to happen at some point of time. And that is when AI becomes sentient, right? In my opinion, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. And when AI gets sentient, God help us all, right? Now, that sounds scary. I'm sure human race is adept at figuring things out. But don't assume, oh, it can only work on the pool of knowledge that you give it today. There will come a time when it will pull pools of knowledge from areas that you are not even aware of and will synthesize new knowledge. Right? It will get emotional compatibility. There was a great question asked earlier. The ability to get mirror neurons working and to give you an emotional response exists today. It is just restricted by regulatory terms. Okay? There will be already there are complete human Android bots that can, it is still very infancy stage technology, that can converse with you, that can talk to you, that can listen, that can empathize with you. And in Japan, you have at least more than a dozen documented cases of men living, typically it's men, I don't know why, men living with an android of this sort, and it's only going to get sophisticated. So yeah, so that's where it's going. Okay. So what's the impact on marketing education? As marketeer and educationists, what should we do about all this? I would say there's just two things we should focus on. A, we shouldn't try to break our heads over this too much, right? We should look at where is the trend, how do we add value to the human race within this trend. And I think one of the key differences that all management institutions have to do is to stop treating technology as an add-on course. You have to make it a central course. Trust me, when you go into your workplaces, you will not be able to execute anything without being technically savvy. right? If you cannot handle the tools, if you cannot do a little bit of coding, if you cannot understand the technical architecture under it, if you don't know what blockchain is, if you don't know what prompt engineering looks like, it's not going to work. So technical subjects have to become center stage, while at the same time do what no other college, or what I think this is MICA's unique opportunity, which is the ability to marry the human factors into this technical world that we are entering, right? So those insights saying that yes, everyone's getting short attention spans, but there's a psychological yearning for long-term engagement and meaning. That understanding and how to marry that to technologies is MICA's unique opportunity. And I would say seize the day. MICA and colleges like ours have the opportunity to have a first mover advantage all over again. This is the point of that, right? So that's about it. Nothing much I wanted to tell you. Thank you for listening patiently. And in case some of you were wondering, yes, this entire presentation, at least the design, was generated using AI. Thank you, you've been a wonderful audience. Do we take questions?
We take questions after the presentation.
Okay, so we take questions at the end. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I request Dean Hegre to please felicitate Sandeep Menon.
Let's just do it right away. We can do this later. No, go ahead. Last 10 years.
Our conference co-chairs were tired, so we thought that we'll put registrar on duty on a lighter note. So I just want you to introduce Mr. Suja Kishore and also briefly summarize on innovations.
Disruptions. So is it working? Are you able to read through this? Very good evening. It's very good evening. So initially I thought that I will say erudite scholars. But I decided to, while I was sitting there, to say erudite practitioners. Excellent, wow. Sandeep, you've actually set the stage for our next speaker. And also, when Parth and the team said that you will summarize a conference which is on marketing, so I thought to myself, am I qualified? Because I am a psychologist by training, and for past 3 decades I have only done that. But, so first official reason I said, okay, I've spent almost 2 decades plus in this auditorium listening off and on to the who's who of business and industry talking about marketing. But more importantly, when I looked at the word disruption, I said, let me focus on this. As an academic, immediately I shifted from an apprehensive, emotional me to a thinker me. And I said, what is disruption? And I looked at, so I said, I of course looked up what is disruption. Normally has negative connotations. So it's interfering, confusing, etc., etc. And then I said, okay, but why and when was it used in business context? So it came that it was used in mid-1500s as a word, but yes, HBR in 1990, Harvard Business Review article in 1995 combined these two words, disruptive innovation. Bauer also. And then I thought, okay, am I still qualified?
So again my thinker, I said, of course. And that Sandeep sir has very well, put in 2-3 words which he said. He brought the emotional consumers. He talked about engagement, etc., etc. But I do want to share 2 very early disruptions in my life because they're very relevant. So the first disruption came when my father was in the State Bank of India and he was getting posted to really small cities. And like any parent, he wanted, of a middle class family, he wanted to get me educated, the eldest child, eldest daughter with 3 children, to the best school, which was in another town. So instead of living with my very youthful, energetic, fond of movies and life parents, I was shifted to my elderly grandparents' home. That was one big disruption. But what did it do to me? I got exposed to kindness, gentleness, wisdom pretty early on. I not only strived but also thrived. And the second thing, which is also pretty early on, as a 7-year-old, I went to, or a 5-year-old, I went to a school which was visualized, and the vision was to create courageous, brave, strong, and disciplined men. Because it was an all-boys school, and it was only because of some factors I am not privy to, 4 girls in a kindergarten were allowed. So I grew up with everything that young boys of that time were expected to do, and I was expected to do that. That I think changed my life completely. So these 2 disruptions, and then I looked at it and I said, okay, theme. And the key word over there was navigating disruptions. So that, and when I looked at the conference topics, again, so see these 2 themes, marketing and the word disruption and innovation and everything coming from psychology, so it's all actually getting tied up together. And yesterday, when in the panel, people talked about, and that is getting reflected in even Sandeep Menon's presentation, the emotions of scare, uncertainty, anxiety, all that is leading to a lot of the words like insecurity. So uncertainty leading to insecurity, leading to innovation. And pretty much what your presentation does is brings us full cycle back to innovation. Because if we don't feel scared, we don't do that. And then I must, just very briefly talk to you about the topics that were covered in the conference. Behavioral biases, de-influencers, virtual companions, and psychological well-being, and social and sustainable practices, just to name a few, which is quite remote from the AI and the marketing theme by and large. But so now when this task was given to me to introduce my very, very, I really have a lot of respect and admiration for Suraj Kishore, and I'll tell you the reason why. Because in another presentation he told us, he shared a story with us, and he said as a kid, he was asked to, he was a mischievous boy. Permit me to say that? Okay, you didn't say that. You didn't say that. So what he did tell us was, this is public knowledge, everybody else can, confirm that. So he told, as a kid, he created his identity as SKK. And asked us that, okay, SK, what is SK? Suraj Kishore, initials. But what is this third K, or the second K in this? And guess what? Khurafati, which, it's an Urdu word, Khurafati, for all our international guests. Khurafati translated into English is a prankster, is a mischievous boy. So I now you wonder, why do I have so much of admiration and respect for him? I will tell you why. So initially, as Anita also said, that we generally don't want to read introductions. But I decided to read his, because it was very different. And I will. Suraj Kishore. He told me not to call him Surja. Chief Executive Officer, BBTO. Suraj believes creativity is the life force that expands our universe. He is passionate about nurturing creative energy to scale brands and business. He loves to work with like-hearted people who value doing good for people and planet as a good business. He loves juggling logic with magic. And it is evident in his journey. So I will quickly talk about companies, the who's who types, the McCann and Publicis and Lolintas to begin with. And then he has worked on campaigns like Airtel, Share the Load, etc. Again, I will skip that part because that, everybody can read through. Again, he has been part of jury for prestigious advertising and marketing awards such as MRSI, Golden Key Awards, Women Disruptors Awards, etc. He is also the founder of Crafting Creative Communities. And this one's interesting. And he considers this CCC as his first baby and his daughter as the second. So that. He keeps his interest alive by speaking to people like us, the erudite scholars. And a long distance runner, Suraj finds running meditational and he finds clarity while running, that he shares it with the world on Insta with his SK Running Thoughts. So with this, I welcome the Kurafati Suraj Kishore.
Under severe pressure because Sandeep has just said I've lost my job. So I said, what am I doing here? He said, people who talk about creativity should wake up. Right? So I've woken up and I have just 15 minutes I have to run because I catch a flight and go and meet my daughter. So I'm not going to miss my flight and I'm not going to talk what I've decided to talk, but I'm going to show you something which men actually always use it. You know what it is? In the age of AI and everything, it's a Gillette sachet which you get in the most hotels here. It's a nightmare to open it. Try opening it, you'll use your teeth, you'll use your razor to strip it off because it doesn't open properly. Right? And what I want you to realize is that when we talk about innovation and disruption, we are forgetting the common simple things. Because dominant narrative of AI is misleading us that everything else is great in the society. Everything else. As long as we can track our pizza. I want you to understand few things which has really worked for me. Any coincidence, resemblance to anybody, please go for it. Ignore my embarrassing introduction. Next time I'll try to make sure it doesn't come to you because it's embarrassing to me. First important thing, all of you, whether practitioners or scholars or faculty, the first thing which I'm picking up from the environment and people I talk to, my clients, most of them are marketeers and stuff. And Sandeep, of course, we need to have another conversation because there were a lot of interesting things you said which I agree and disagree at the same time. But this is more about the conversation I wanted to have. I'm curtailing it to 10 minutes kind of a Insta. First thing, be wrong. Be wrong.
Yes. Just remember, be wrong. And I'm finding more and more young people and more faculty and everyone trying to make everybody right. Disruption and innovation is down the drain when you're trying to be right. Don't be right. No disruption has come across from being right. And for the first time when you think about any disruption, it will sound grossly negative, grossly wrong. If somebody would have said long ago that regular people can promote products, say, what the hell are you talking about? A simple instance like that. And there are many things I talk about in business and people find it really super funny, saying, how can you say that or that? I have many people actually talk about being wrong and saying that in an apology sense, saying on a lighter note. No, not on a lighter note, on a real note. So that's the first provocation, be wrong. Second big promotion, be instinctive. One of the bigger problems which we are facing today in the age of data, that unless it is measured, it is not worth talking about. It's complete crap, right? Because in a funny way, what Sandeep did is, he raised all the fear, gave all the answers which I should have given, right? He said in the age of AI, now everything is measured, and he talked about how long-term thing
long-term emotional things are going to really sustain us. It will. We are more lonely today than ever, despite all the data and all the precision marketing and everything talking about, right? So be very instinctive, because instincts create disruptions, not data. Data creates patterns, and patterns are not competitive advantage. Interpreting the data will come from your instincts. So that's the second point which I want to leave you with. Be instinctive. The third point I want to leave you with, be execution obsessed. What do I mean? If I have to start my own creative agency today, nobody in the agency will be a person who can't make anything. You have to create something. Don't create a PowerPoint. That's the biggest problem this civilization has faced. Whenever you create a PowerPoint, there is just power, no points. So make sure you make something. Which in design language people talk about prototypes, right? Get prototype to the meetings. Get something to the meeting. I in my company say that every meeting is a potluck. If you have not got something to the table, don't sit there. Don't talk. It's an era where talking is a sin. Because you can talk a lot, and we love talking. You know, one of my biggest desires is biologically we were created to just have 3,000 words per day. It would have been really, really effective. The fourth important thing and the last one for me is, irrespective of everything, there will be AI, there will be all kind of algos, and one of the biggest things we need to do in this business is to defeat the algo. And we can defeat the algo, you know, because that algo doesn't know that while the Netflix series is on, I'm munching on chips, not even watching that shit. But algo is going to say 96% match and you watch this. Don't go by that. That's the fallacy which is happening, because every time you do anything on internet, saying more people like you, not only that 20 million people like you spoke at the back of the auditorium and they ate this wafer, buy this wafer. No, it doesn't work like that. Somewhere algos are actually a game, right? You are in this game. As long as you have the joystick, defeat the algo is one of the things. And in the way what Sandeep touched about, yes, there will be new things which they can create. But will that new thing really connect with me? Does it really connect with you when Swiggy says, missing you, darling, and why don't you buy a burger? It does not. It irritates the shit out of you. That's the new language of marketing and disruption which is happening, right? And I want to leave you with last important thing, which is, what moves you matters if you want to be successful in business. I'm finding more and more boardroom conversations which is not moving needle. Neither on business, nor on brands, nor on connection with consumers. It's happening across. And like what Sandeep said, I like that, which is everybody's scared. Are you operating from fear, or are you from radical optimism? I'm very optimistic about the society and where the future will go. And I will meet Sandeep 10 years later also when we'll be in business. Thank you very much. Yes, we can do that.
Any questions?
I was just telling Suresh that I enjoy provocating an audience, and you know, it's great to hear an alternate viewpoint immediately after this. You're most spontaneous in moments of crisis, and I'm going through it. I need to rush to the input. So I changed what I had to share, and I just went for it. That's what CCC does to you. That's what MICA does to you, and I really think that it's a seed in MICA, no matter what program you do. Questions? Yeah, go ahead. Maybe. Go ahead. Yeah, once mic in the audience.
So, just wanted to know which app you use to make your presentation.
I use DeepAI. I mean,
how about Gamma?
I mean, there's so many out there today, and you know, the interesting part is that we think a lot of the AI work is coming out of the US, but actually a lot of it is now coming out of China, with ownership out of China. And if we're talking about apps and deep AI work happening, if there are research scholars looking at it, don't leave China out. They're quietly doing a hell of a lot of work. And the problem is India keeps saying, okay, AI will now be the service provider for that also, but we have to think about IP, not service.
Just a digression, there's a client who was launching a beverage, new beverage, which basically has vitamins and stuff like that. And in the second meeting I was called because they said marketing head wants to present the brief and whatever. And it had all the grammar, 20 slides of grammar. Okay, all right things and everything, but there's no direction to what you want to do, which market, what segment, blah, blah, blah. Later on when I talked to the brand manager who was a little more honest with me, saying he used the AI to make the presentation. It's a true story. Look at the victimization we're going through.
May I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my voice is audible enough, I won't need
Yes.
a mic. So thank you for thought-provoking presentations. But my question is really simple, that across your business journeys that you guys have seen, what is one thing about traditional businesses that you guys feel is missing and maybe AI can't cover it, it may be able to beat it, but that's a void that won't be able to be touched upon? So that was one thing that I wanted to know.
Can you just switch off the projector so that we don't look like AIs? Yeah, I think one of the most important things we are missing today in marketing is everybody is working on desk. Marketers, advertising agencies, researchers, in fact research agencies like Quantum and few other established research agencies are going and saying we can do digital consumer research overnight and give it to you. We have become BPOs. We are manufacturing insights and therefore people are not connecting. The point he made, I have the same consumer who is not talking to his wife and binge watching 8 hours of content. Because somebody has done proper research. The kind of research OTT series are doing is mind-boggling. There are sequences written. 4 different sequences are cliffhanger, research with the audience, and then they do that content. So that's traditional marketing for you, which is basically being true to the craft.
So my personal bugbear is the current crop of D2C brands. I think there is this overt kind of performance marketing load of the entire campaign is designed to make you just do that one thing, which is click and just buy for now, right? Repeat customer satisfaction, will the guy come back, what is your brand association, is there a lot? None of that. It's all just gone out. That's my personal bugbear. In terms of challenges, I think attribution is perhaps one of the biggest challenges that a lot of companies are working on, because today you have a situation where there's an influencer influencing someone to buy something, then someone spending time on the internet researching that and consuming content about that, and finally walking into a showroom and buying it. The ability to track that journey and attribute to the marketing fund spent at all these various points is still, it's a huge challenge. Yeah.
In the short way, the other thing which I say is that if marketers are chasing optimization instead of relevance, that's what is happening currently. You need to chase relevance in whatever way you do.
Sir, I'm a young academician.
Thank you for making me old. It's implied in this conversation.
I'm just confused. I just joined one institution after my PhD. I just joined one institution after my PhD, and then they say digital marketing is very good, you have to get a hold on it. And then I hear, no, it's now conventional, you get to get a hold on data analytics. And then in the next semester, I think I have to take some subject on AI and something. So this is my personal viewpoint. But where do you think, as an academician, where we can contribute to the industry people? Is it that we should equip ourselves and our students to the whole ecosystem, or we should go with some niche into one area, maybe in performance metrics, or maybe into data analytics, or shift from ERP to the modern softwares, understanding the business processes, or the whole systemic view? What approach a young academician should, so that it will complement with the industry professionals, and of course both at the student level and the academician level?
Well, first of all, throw all this stuff out. Honestly, every industry has its jargon, and so does academics. So these are all boxes: artificial, digital marketing, campaign planning, which has components of all of this. If you want to be a generalist, then we have to really look at how we can do an effective campaign plan that spans all of these things, and with an ability to use the tool sets. One of the most dangerous things I find is that nowadays marketers are depending on technologists to do even simple things like marketing automation, etc. The danger with that is if you at least don't know what he's doing, he's going to feed you a lot of BS, right? It's going to take you 1 week to do this, the guy needs 3 hours actually, right? And so that's one danger. So I think if you're a generalist, it's good to look at the campaign planning aspect. If you want to be a specialist, then again, it's I would think an area like human-computer interface studies is like tremendous potential, where you can go as deep as you want. So it's really up to whether, like always, it's like whether you want to be a generalist or a specialist.
So, like you are inclining something about human chatbot interaction and these.
So these are all just components, no? We tend to get fixated on the component, but they're all nuts and bolts of the larger engine.
Many of them are tools.
A quick question. So what inspires you to do what you do?
The money.
I can tell you advertising doesn't pay. Okay. So just a trivia, I gave up my hair accidentally in 2010, but I'm saving that money, which I'm going to give it to the barber, just to fund my idea, So unlike Sandeep, of course, money is important, which is why I kept moving from copywriting to strategy, now run a P&L like him for business, because you need to keep growing. And also I think for me, my job has been all about trying to find myself.
So jokes apart, I think tech and creative industries are both perhaps among the very few industries where work doesn't get monotonous after a point in time. Because the rate of change is so fast. So if you're someone who thrives on constantly being on that edge, then you will enjoy these industries. If you're someone who gets, and there's no good and bad about it, if you're someone who likes to put their head down, really kind of get hold of something and then build that for life, they get very agitated with this industry, because I see coding people, they're in their mid-40s, fantastic programmers, the entire language gone out of the window, and they're like wondering, what do I do now? Right? So it depends on the personality.
That's a well put. I think what we enjoy most is there's no structure. And in the world we are living in, it's increasingly there's no structure. Every day you're starting to build structure, by the night it's gone. And the joy is great, because you come to it like a management training again.
You had a question?
So my question to both of you is, all this while we were listening that, you give projects, projects should be customized, use AI, that is what should create into the curriculum. Now you gave some 4 shifts standing out there at the back of the auditorium, not in the front. People have to sit here and watch you, rather than, turning the back and then there is disruption. Yeah, disruption. So I don't know what do I need to go back and do on my curriculum. Just some time back, I asked this guy that, what, let us design 35 projects. 35 customized projects, and he will ask students that, you do AI for my 6-term course. Sir, what do you do?
Sir, अभी तक आप ही स्टूडेंट्स को कंफ्यूज कर सकते हैं, हम आपको नहीं कंफ्यूज कर सकते.
By the way, this was a notification, not a question.
I think it's exactly what we were talking about earlier, right? Which is that use the tools, but don't lose the disruptiveness, the innovation, the human factors. Knowing what he knows, that if he stood here and gave a bland, you do that, so that's the creative genius behind it, right? And that doesn't.
Also the intuitive bit, right?
said, be instinctive, because one of the important thing I learned in my business is that research has always existed, right? Consumer research has always existed. Every category does research. Then why it is that some brand and business grow? Because the interpretation of the research is extremely instinctive. And that's where the insight and intuition comes from. And don't lose that. I think it's a fallacy, and I talked about it last time Sandeep I was here, that what it means to be human in the times of AI. We are ourselves, I read some news that 2 people jumped off the bridge because Google Map took them there. I don't think Google Map did it, we did it to ourselves. Great, thank you very much. Thank you.
I just request our Dean to come forward and contribute to the report. Thank you, Subramanian, for having a summarization and disruption. I request Saurabh Pandya sir to please give a token of appreciation to Subramanian. Yes, it's required. Now it's time to declare the final thing, that is awards. And I hope most of you are here. That you gave a wonderful presentations. 352 submissions we had, and it was such a difficult task to have. 352 submissions. It was such a difficult task for conference chairs and ICMC team, track chairs to manage all the submissions. We accepted 69%, and out of this we are giving 15 awards for the day of ICMC conference. The first 11 awards will be of conference awards, and these awards are given based on 2 parameters primarily of evaluation. The first is the review that went to a easy chair from the reviewer's side. The second was the internal evaluation, and the third was full papers that we saw, and the extended abstracts. The first award for the track 1, consumer behavior in the digital context, goes to, any guesses? It is submission ID 7743 on a title, Gaining a Deeper Understanding of Patient Experiences, the Role of Technology in Empowerment and Career Pathways, Ami Bain and Nora Bazes from University of Lorraine, France. She has done an online presentation. The second for the track, Digital Marketing Strategies, submission ID 9794 on the title, Visualizing Cold, Uncovering the Sensory Visual Cues that convey coldness in images. Niyati Kumari and Professor Prabhas Chandra, IIT Dhanabad. Thank you. We disperse the certificates later because we have a comprehensive evaluation and we did the track evaluations today. The third award for the track 3 on marketing analytics goes to none other than, you'll surprise a PGP student with a professor, Varsha Jain and Ishan Kapoor, on the title, Vulnerability-Driven Consumer Segmentation Framework, a novel and dynamic consumer segmentation framework using real-time data. The fourth goes on the track, marketing, communication and advertising, and it's for the submission ID 2425, effect of boycott and boycott in-game advertising, Devika Vashisht, I am Sirmor. Then we go to the fifth in the track, artificial intelligence with newer technologies. None other than it goes to nudged by algorithms, the dual role of recommender system in app subscription, Tushtita Chada from IMI Delhi, Indian Management Institute, Delhi. Let's go to the track 6, branding in the digital age. Typeface congruity, a pathway to perceived brand authenticity. And the authors are Shipra Mathur and Jogendra Nayak, IIT Roorkee. The track 7, I believe, was an award for an industry practitioner. Amazing. It was on the track B2B marketing and supply chain management in the new age of digitization. With his research on digital marketing evolution amidst societal challenges in India's software and allied industries, goes to Prasenjit Chakraborty and Raj Sinha from Techno India Group. Track 8 was in marketing with augmented reality, mixed reality, extended reality and metaverse. And the submission ID is 391. It goes to strategic adoption of augmented and virtual reality innovations in digital marketing to Sonali Abrol, Sarah Kelly and Monica Che, University of Queensland, Australia. Now goes to the track 9, marketing and sustainability. And it's the title Diversity, Equity and Inclusion in Marketing, a pathway to enhance brand reputation and consumer loyalty in India. Dr. Abhishek Dutta Gupta and Dr. Fazilita Tabasen from Reva University, Bangalore. Track 10 on omni-channels and retailing. The title was The Effectiveness of Omni-Channel Strategies on Sales Performance, a meta-analysis of retail case studies in the Indian market. It goes to Aditya Satbhaiya and Shivam Shekhar from Wellinger Institute of Management, Bombay. The track 11 is on services marketing. It goes to C2C value co-creation in social media healthcare community, a customer dominant logic perspective. Sumit Saxena, Om Ahmed, Kiran Desai and Vanshali Singh from MIT University and also RF MICA. Then we had 2 MICA's overall conference awards, and that was first and second. The first award goes to none other than Brand Profanity, Impact of Euphemistic Swearing on Perceived Hedonism and Brand Preference, Sukruti Shetty, who is just now a faculty at SPJ, and our old PGP student who became a faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, Tanvi Gupta. The second best paper award of the overall conference was, any guesses if you can think about it, it's a MICA again. It goes to none other than Perception of Generation Z towards Individual Social Responsibility and Corporate Social Responsibility, and our faculty itself, a communication framework, Shrushti Govindkar, Sarika Srivastava and Ruchi Tiwari. The 2 awards that were given by Psychology and Marketing Journal, the first and the runner-up. The first award goes to Is It Fake or Real? Young Consumers Brand Trust Through Deep Fake Video Content, and it was given to, the authors are Darshi Hiraranjani and Khyati Jagani. Our own FPM student became a faculty player in university. And the second award from the Psychology and Marketing and the runner-up position stands on Examining Luxury Democratization and Impression Management Motivations of Consumer Behavioral Intentions, goes to Paurav Shukla and Veronica Rosanodios, University of Southampton, UK. Last but not least, this is an award for the best paper from the doctoral student sponsored by Journal of Global Marketing. And it goes to none other than Generative AI and Insurance, Critical Determinants of Adoption Intention, Aman Pathak and Veena Bansal, IIT Kanpur. As we draw close to this ceremony, my conference co-chairs did say that they don't want to say a thank you note, but it's mandatory for them to do. I invite Amit sir to please give away a vote of thanks, followed by our conference co-chair, Professor Varsha Ji.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. So, due to paucity of time, I would not try to be creative here. I will stick to my script. And but I assure you that whatever I say or read here is what we genuinely feel as the ICMC organizing committee. We, as the co-chairs of ICMC Conference 2025, proudly conclude the MICA's 11th annual global conference, Marketing in the Digital Age, Navigating Disruptions and Embracing Innovations. We observed a significant growth this year in the number of submissions and the number of registrations. Countless efforts and sleepless nights of many teams working together cohesively have made this event a grand success. With this, I would like to extend my gratitude to our respected Director, J.R. Deshmukh, and respected Dean, Professor Geeta Hegde, and our respected Registrar, Professor Shubhra Gaur, for their unconditional support. We sincerely acknowledge the valuable insights and contributions of the academic experts and the industry experts who traveled from various parts of the world to attend this conference. We are very grateful to all the track chairs for spending their precious time providing feedback to all the presenters across 11 tracks. I thank each and every one of you for participating and making this conference a memorable experience. I hope all of you loved the various networking sessions, reconnecting with your old friends, revisiting your nostalgic memories, making new friends, and most importantly, I hope you gained a few kgs while enjoying the food. We sincerely thank all the members of the MICA community who contributed in their own way to the planning and execution of this conference, each and every one of you. We thank all the ICMC committee members and respected faculty members for their pertinent inputs at various points in time. Specifically, I would like to give a huge shout out and thank the following organizing committee members who contributed consistently over the last few months that made this conference possible. I will be taking their names and I request them to please stand up wherever they are sitting. And I request the audience to give a huge round of applause for their consistent efforts and hard work while remaining in the background. I also apologize in advance if I miss any names unintentionally. Rahul Gadekar, Saurav Rai, Yogesh Mundra, Kanishka Srivastav, Parth Salunke, Kush Mehta, Supriya Singh, Ishita Vyas, Mayank Kapoor, Jag Lakia, Shruti Kulkarni, Pooja Singhal, Devmani Dev, Prabha, Shubhavi Datta, Jagdish Mishra. Please, stand up, please. Please. Thank you, Dr. Lopez. Jani Patel, Professor Fernandez, Dhruv Chokshi, Leslie Bashir, Shubham Bhatt, Jasmine Maglana, Nikhil Tiwari, Jasmine Kaur, Vinit Bhai and his finance team, Manish Bhai and his media team, the IT team, the admin team working tirelessly under Sanjay Bhai. Thanks everyone for your kind encouragement. Let's continue to strive for excellence in management research until we meet again for our next ICMC conference. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you and wish you all a safe journey home.
I request Professor Varsha to please say a thank you note while we also get the reviewer certificates. Please, ma'am. By the time ma'am comes, there were 352 submissions, as I said, and it was one of the difficult tasks to manage the reviews. Some people almost did 10 to 12 reviews in a very shortest period of time. We put this conference papers in 67 days almost. So there were some international people. First is Maya Petrucu for the Best Reviewer Award. Bhaskar Sandhya, if they are there, please come on the stage for the certificates. Carlson D. Schools, he's from US. And we have 3 MICA awards who supported tremendously in the review. First is our ex-student who is still yet to do a defense, Amrita Chakraborty. Our second year scholar itself, Kush Mehta. And third, our postdoctoral Yogesh Mundra. Please collect these certificates.
So, very good evening everybody. I think most of the names are already being covered. But I would do a huge shout out for PGP students and FKM students. PGP 1, PGP 2, we got around 20-25 volunteers who actually helped us round the clock. And whenever we reached out to them, they were there, always there to help us. So thank you so much, whoever is here from PGP 1 and PGP 2. And then of course the doctoral students, FPM team, always there to support us. And with that, I would also like to thank the Global Advisory Board, because that is where we got the idea, inception, conceptualization, rolled out everything on time, and that's what you see in terms of the tracks, because we wanted to give the leeway for everybody to submit the papers at a broad level so that you all can come in, because it's not a special issue where I can be very specific. So that was something which was ideated with them. So I really want to thank all the advisory board members. Almost like 60 people round the globe helping us to roll out this conference in a span of 6 months, 67 days with all these submissions of 352. It is really commendable. So I would like to thank the authors and contributors who really want to come, and they presented their work. The quality of the work was really nice. And we had a hybrid mode because most of the international scholars didn't have the time for the visa, honestly. So we have to do a backward planning of 2 years what AIM does, so that they can come and present and be here on time. And besides that, I think I would finally give my final thought and thank all the people, the support staff, including the security members outside, who actually worked round the clock whenever people were entering, and they were just helping and supporting everyone. So I would like to thank them as well. So thank you everybody, each and everyone who came and supported us for the conference. It was not possible to roll it out at this level within such a short time period, because honestly when we started, I never thought that we would reach up to that level, because it was quite challenging. But then with all your support, all your help, we are here, and I think it's each and every person, starting from the Global Advisory member to the authors to the students, everybody who supported us in the journey. So thank you so much. The journey is not the end, it's the beginning of your scholarship. I will see the papers coming up in the journals, publications. I'm sure you will get a lot of feedback during the presentations. And I would like to also congratulate to all the award winners. I think it's a combination of the students, faculty, researchers within India and outside, which is commendable. So thank you so much, and be safe and keep doing research, because we need a lot of work from you all, and you all are idea creators. So thank you so much for being with us.
बंद करूँ, recording बंद करूँ,